Yeah.
Alright, then you come on. And I'll give you some whites and then...
I mean, Mertz the other day doing that Hove, he was spoken CN swinging it away. Really? First 2 overs. And then Harris got up for 60 for the 3rd over.
A very good afternoon from the Ageas Bowl, where it is the final day of the men's domestic season. And it is a T20 group game between Hampshire and Middlesex. Unfortunately, it's a dead rubber, because neither Hampshire nor Middlesex can qualify for the quarter-finals. So they are playing for pride here. The news of the toss is that Hampshire called correctly, and they will bat first. Hampshire have players back that were self-isolating for the previous game here in the defeat against Surrey. So Hampshire are James Vince, Sam North East, Tom Allsop, this is not necessarily batting order, James Fuller, Joe Weatherly, Ryan Stevenson, Shaheen Afridi, Ian Holland, Lewis McManus, Mason Crane and Chris Wood. So no George Munsey from the side that lost to Surrey here a couple of days ago. And for Middlesex, sorry, I think I've given the wrong side there. Let me do that again because I've got the wrong page. Let me do that again. James, it might be the side actually I've just read out. Vince, Allsop, Fuller, North East, Weatherly, Stevenson, Afridi, Holland, Organ, Felix Organ, Mason Crane and Chris Wood. And for Middlesex this afternoon, Stephen Finn the captain, Martin Anderson, Joe Cracknell, Jack Davies, Stephen Eskenazi, Tom Helm, Luke Holman, Tim Murtagh, John Simpson the keeper, Nathan Sauter and Tilan Walla-Lewita. I'm Kevin James, and next to me to take you through the next 10-15 minutes or so before the start of play is Hampshire's injured all-rounder Liam Dawson, and the Southern Vipers batswoman and hero of yesterday's win against the South East Stars at the Oval, Emily Windsor. Good afternoon both.
Good afternoon.
Hello, J-Mo.
Right, last game of the season, Liam. I put a stat out a little earlier that Hampshire haven't finished bottom of a T20 group since 2007. Whatever the result this afternoon, they will do so once more.
Yeah, it's not a great stat, is it? But you know, this is a sort of game as a player where you've got 2 choices. You either sort of sulk and you go through the motions and you want the season to finish quickly, or you show a bit of pride and you fight, for the club, for the badge, and also for your own statistics. So that's what the chat was in the dressing room was about before the game from AD Birrell. It was all about the fight and wanting to represent this club and and doing well. So they'll be motivated for today for sure.
Interesting what you said actually just before we come on the stream here. That it's a weird feeling last day of the season, isn't it? Very strange.
It feels like no cricket's been played. And but from where we were, from the start of the season to actually getting, two competitions in has been brilliant. From the clubs to get it on, and from the ECB as well, and from the players to buy into it as well and crack on. But as I said, it is disappointing that it's the final day of the season. But time will go quick, and before we know it, we'll be back in April next year starting the championship.
Emily, congratulations on yesterday's performance. 47 not out, saw the Vipers home against the South East Stars. Tricky little situation you came into bat there. You looked like you relished it.
Yeah, no, thank you. Obviously really enjoyed it, and to get to be there at the end and to get your side home for a win, fantastic. I'm obviously looking forward to the final next week.
Yeah, I was going to say it's the end of the season for the men, but certainly not for the Vipers. So you've got a few days to sort of enjoy the build-up to the final. Just a quick thought, playing the Northern Diamonds.
Yeah, they're a very strong side. Obviously, they're a Yorkshire-based team, so Yorkshire have always had a really good women and girls set-up. So it's going to be a fantastic final, that's for sure. And to get the opportunity to play on TV is also really exciting for a lot of the girls, as it's going to be a first opportunity for many. And I think hopefully it's going to be a great final, so we can showcase where the women's game's growing and going to.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because you're playing in a side that's been hugely successful this year, 6 wins out of 6, topped the South Group quite easily, and yet when you come and join us on the commentary, you're watching a side that struggles. There's a complete contrast there. It must be interesting you must be seeing areas and certainly watching players that are out of, not confidence, they're out of form. It's totally different to what you're experiencing. Yeah,
definitely. I think when you're playing any sport, winning helps, doesn't it, with team morale and how you go about your game. Confidence is really important, and obviously the lads here are lacking in confidence. They haven't got the results they needed, haven't played as well as they probably should have, but obviously to be in a winning environment, it's fantastic, and I have no doubt in the future Hampshire is a fantastic club, and they've got a lot of great players, great youngsters, that they will turn it around, and soon enough they will have a successful dressing room that we're experiencing this year.
A win this afternoon, Liam, in the context of this competition, and of course going into the winter, and let's all hope that come next April maybe things are back to normal, who knows, but let's just assume for now that they are. A win this afternoon, will that help in any shape or form?
From an honest point of view, no. I think it's been a poor campaign, whatever happens today. And I think it's such a myth where people say that, you finish the season for confidence for next year. It's such a long time away. So obviously you want to win, you want a personal pride and all that we talked about earlier. But yeah, the result today isn't going to make any difference in my opinion.
Let's look for some positives somewhere along the line. The last 3 games here between these two sides have all been won by Hampshire, so that we'll take something there. I mean, I'm looking at the stats for the players this season. When you look down the batting order, which we've talked about, haven't we, quite a lot, the batting hasn't quite been up to standard. James Fuller is the only Hampshire player to go over 200 runs, 204.
Yeah, I mean, that's also a great effort from somebody who's coming in at number 5 and number 6, which is a tough position to come into. But he, as I said, he probably needed a big year this year. He's probably been a little bit quiet since he's been here, but he's been brilliant for us. And going forward, hopefully he can continue that, and next year use this experience of this year into next year when we'll be much improved.
So, I mean, there's always some pluses and positives out of however bad a campaign could be. James Fuller, definitely one of those?
Without doubt. I mean, yeah, he's been brilliant, and he's had a couple of 50s, and he's done exactly what his job is in the team, is to finish games of cricket off, so he's been exceptional. One thing on James is I'd love to see him, you see him all the time working on his bowling in the warm-up, and if he can keep improving that in this format of the game, he'll be a great addition for us next year.
Yeah, it hasn't been bowling the last few games, so you just think, well, yeah, if he can put that together with his batting, then there's something to work on, isn't there?
Oh, definitely. I mean, there's a huge positive there. Even if he's got to bowl 1 or 2 over, because he is a genuine all-rounder. So I think he'll know that himself as well, that his bowling will need to do a bit of work, but he works hard. So he'll come back strong for sure.
Emily, from what you've seen, I mean, some of the bowlers, Mason Crane, I think, is probably a standout performer this year for Hampshire in this competition. Probably in both this and, of course, the 4-day game as well.
Yes, definitely. I think Crane's been quality, and I think obviously losing Dawson, Crane's had to step up, and for him to do that, that's fantastic for Hampshire. And we know what a great player he is, but for him to consistently deliver in a Hampshire shirt is something. And also Ian Holland, I think he's one to highlight. I think throughout both this competition and the Red Bull competition, he's been fantastic for Hampshire this year, and actually really stepped up with both the bat and the ball, really.
You can watch us via the live stream, of course, live pictures of this game from 2 o'clock. We're also on the stream right now. You can see the Hampshire lineup for this afternoon's game. We're also on the BBC Sport website, bbc.co.uk/cricket, and you can pick us up there as well. I'm just looking at the Hampshire lineup there, so we mentioned it earlier, Liam. So who are we saying is keeping this afternoon?
I think Tom Alsop comes back into the team, and he will take the gloves.
Right.
I think Vince is pretty happy about that.
Because Vince, he kept in the last game, of course, because there was all sorts of problems with players self-isolating a couple of days ago for the defeat against Surrey here. Obviously, a few of them returning. Sam North East, of course, is an obvious one. Mason Crane back in the side, as we've just been mentioning. But I don't think James Vince did that bad behind the stumps, did he? Is he just does not enjoy it?
Dropped a catch, didn't he?
Oh, apart from that.
No, I'm joking. No, he did well, didn't he? I mean,
I think he did, actually.
What more can you expect? I don't think we talked about him hardly, did we? Apart from the catch, and as I said, he came in and did a job for his team when nobody else could do it, and that's what you want from your captain, to try and step up when things get tough.
Yeah. Emily, I mean, Shaheen Afridi, poor bloke. I mean, he's bowled okay, isn't he? But he's still only picked up the 1 wicket, which is bizarre, isn't it? Because I guess once you get to sort of the middle of the winter and you look back and you've forgotten the intricacies of the games and the situations, you'll look back and you'll say, oh, the overseas player only picked up 1 wicket. What's going on?
Yeah, I still think he's a quality player, and he brings something different to the attack. I think he obviously bowls with pace, and I do think he's an exciting player in both the depth and up front. And obviously he's part of a group that isn't winning, and that I'm sure he'll be disappointed that he's only picked up 1 wicket and not had more of an impact. But but I think he's still an exciting player, and I think him alone is not the reason Hampshire haven't done well in this competition.
No. The bowling overall, I mean, who would you move forward with next year? I mean, I suppose having Shaheen Afridi back next year is probably still worthwhile if that's an option. Do you think, Liam?
Well, I'm not sure what the situation with. I think obviously Colpacks are going to turn to overseas, so you've got Kyle Abbott still to come back into that team, so he's going to be an overseas. And you know, I'd like to. I think we probably need to strengthen our batting, don't we? So getting an overseas, proven overseas batter would be my my preference.
What about the game this afternoon then? What can we expect? Because Middlesex, having lost to Sussex a couple of days ago, have lost their chance of qualifying for the quarterfinals. We've known for a little while that Hampshire aren't going to qualify for the quarterfinals. What sort of game do you think we're going to see this afternoon? Because there is nothing literally on it.
I think you could, you know, these again, it goes same as a play. It goes one or two ways. The game can be absolutely horrific, or it can be one of the best games to watch because both teams have got nothing to play for. You go out there as a batsman, there's no pressure on you. You go out there and you see the ball and you hit the ball and you don't think about the consequences because there's no chance of qualification. And from a bowler's point of view, you hope to get wickets and you try and attack, and that can either be, you know, team for 100 all out or a team get 220. So I think this could be a good game of cricket because both teams are going to be relaxed out there.
If we look back about a week or so ago, don't we, the game up at Lords between these two sides where Hampshire lost by 19 runs, there was, I guess there, the batting frailties showed themselves probably more than anything, do you think? Yeah,
definitely, without doubt. And it's probably stemmed from there a little bit, hasn't it, the performances from them. So yeah, it's been disappointing, as everybody knows. I think everybody's as frustrated as supporters, players are frustrated. But you know, there's one last game here to try and sort of play for a little bit of pride.
Thank you, Liam. As the Middlesex players are out there in the middle, Liam's going to get some more treatment this afternoon, so he'll be back probably for the second half of the game. So it's going to be Emily Windsor will be on shortly. Kevin Hand from BBC London will come in a moment, and he'll join me for the first 6 overs, and then Emily Windsor will come in as well. So thank you to Liam. I hope you enjoyed the build-up there. It's Hampshire against Middlesex then, the last match of the T20 competition, and all teams are playing this afternoon in all three of the groups. One or two issues to be resolved, but as I say, as far as these two teams are concerned, nothing on the game other than personal pride. So a slightly changed Hampshire lineup as players who are self-isolating are back, most notably Sam Northeast, Joe Weatherly and Mason Crane. So Middlesex in their familiar pink tops and dark blue sleeves with their dark blue trousers, and the two batsmen out there for Hampshire at the moment are both taking guard at the same end. Quite know what's going on there, but we'll get that sorted. Tom Alsop is going to face the first delivery. He's back as well. James Vince at the non-strikers end. Welcome, Kevin Hand.
Hey, JMO.
Great to see you, as always.
This is rubbish.
What?
They're both out.
Sorry. I've tried my best, mate.
Your notes are good, though, because look, Emily, you looked around for them, and Emily Windsor had nicked them.
Yeah, I know.
And the team is...
That's right, yeah. Where's my book? No Cummings. No Cummings for you guys today.
No, exactly. Cummings had dropped out. He and James Harris were rotated through the side because of an expensive economy rate. As here is Helm, bowls the first ball, and it's eased to backward point by Alsop, and there is no run. I'll take you through that Middlesex side in full to get us going. And yeah, a couple of changes for Middlesex, and no great surprise really at the end of the group. There's one eye on next season for sure. Jack Davis, Stephen Eskenazi, Joe Cracknell, Martin Anderson, so, you know, three real youngsters in the top four there. Simpson at 5, Holman at 6. So there's lots of youth in this side. As Helm is in, bowls, and this is punched to cover by Dawson, and there is no by Alsop, sorry, and there is no run. Tilan Wallaluita, Nathan Sousa will be the spin pair for this with Holman, so a spin trio for Middlesex. Then Helm, Finn and Murtagh are the three-pronged seam attack. And again, you know, it's a side for me which is very much looking to next season. No James Harris, no Miguel Cummins, as he mentioned. Davis is recalled, having shown glimpses already this season, but a chance for him to go out there with not that much pressure on for this season, but a chance for him to put a marker down for next. As Helm is in, bowls and opening up, Alsop runs this one for 4, finally the third man, and Hampshire 4 without loss after the third ball as they get off the mark. So Yeah, and next year, you know, this year they have Mujibur Rahman contracted as overseas, Mitch Marsh. So you could very much see those slots next year. Obviously, there's a trio of spinners here, so between the three of them, they're really playing for a place next season.
So you have picked a few spinners here, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, you know, when Dawes comes back, we'll ask him about that for Middlesex. They've got 2 wrist spinners and the slow left arm spinner as Helm is past the umpire now. He bowls, and this ball's cut away wide of third man for 4, 8 without loss. Allsop 8 from 4. Why has he only gone to 5? That wasn't fielded, was it? The scoreboard sent him. No, they're going to correct themselves. Yeah, there you go. 8 from 4.
Yeah, they do that sometimes on the board, but yeah, one's gone fine, one's gone squarer. A little bit too short actually, standing up there for Allsop, isn't it? When you're giving yourself a little bit of room, and the ball is a little bit shorter, it's ideal.
Yeah, Helm, he's, I mean, it's easy to say, I guess, in one way that he's far more economical at the end than he is in the power play, it seems, at the moment. The power play obviously restrictive for those allowed outside the 30-yard circle. As he's in now, ball slightly fuller onto the pads. They go up for an LBW, but surely pitching outside the line of leg. It drops away towards the square leg umpire, and they take the leg by. So one's come the over, and Vince will have strike for the first time. And it is 9 without loss, and well, if he does go that little bit fuller now, this isn't the man to go full 2.
No.
James Vince comes on to strike.
Yeah, I mean, he's sort of been a little bit in and out with form. Had what, sort of 5 or 6 weeks off or so after the international one-day series. I think his last series was against Ireland, which is early August now. Yeah, a bit mixed, I have to say. Birth of his second child, whilst he was coming back for Hampshire, and yeah, he's shown glimpses, but that's about it.
Helm to Vince, slip in place, and he's into the crease now. Bowls on a good length, and it's eased away backward of 0.4, a single, and off the mark. First ball, Vince. He'll keep the strike. 10 without loss after the opening over Hampshire, having won the toss. And yeah, I mean, these are 2 sides, Hampshire in particular, over the years. As we were saying with Liam Dawson when we were together at Lords, a side that are used to competing at the top of the group, and looking to get towards finals day. Middlesex had been somewhat on the rise in recent years, quarter-finalists a couple of times in recent years in the Blast. There has been a pickup from Middlesex, but yeah, this year, Stephen Finn said at the end of the game the other day, you know, there was only the Surrey game where they felt they weren't in it. Other than that, they felt all the games they could and perhaps should have won.
Yeah.
But, you know, they've used a lot of youth this year, and I think they've learned a lot of lessons, including this man, Tim Murtagh, coming back in.
Oh, is he going to play for you next year as well in this?
Well,
here he comes. He's got the keeper standing up, and he's bowling to Vince, and Vince whips that away through mid-wicket. Single.
This will be a good test today. Let's see how he goes here, because the Ageas Bowl over the years isn't really a Tim Murtagh kind of surface. Hove was the other day. Lords obviously is running up the slope, whether it's a white ball or a red ball from the nursery end. And Canterbury, he did okay as well. So this will be a test for next year. As I say, well, I mean, if he goes really well, then you know, Middlesex perhaps then are looking at, well, maybe we go for a batsman next year, having lost Milan, Sterling, Morgan, and A.B. de Villiers this year from last year's side.
Murtagh to Allsop, who's on 8, and the left-hander just pushes that quietly to mid-wicket. And there's no run.
Because actually, you know, I mean, part of it was the workload of Murtagh over the years. It was like, look, you just focus on first-class cricket, leave the white ball cricket to everybody else. But then, when it's gone into blocks, Murtagh has found himself coming back after 4 or 5 weeks without a game of cricket. And then that first game back is incredibly tough.
Yeah.
You know, somewhere around August. And the body's feeling it. Or that dropping game that we sometimes get in July. And that actually hurts him more.
Murtagh runs away from us and bowls to Allsop, who whips that away past a diving Cracknell at mid-wicket, but not enough power in the shot to take it all the way to the rope. It's fielded out there in the deep, away to our left, and Allsop will pick up 2, and the Hampshire total moves on to 13 without loss.
And yeah, he, you know, if he does a job here today, then there's no reason why it couldn't be Finn, Helm and Murtagh next year, with a couple of spinners. And maybe a third spinner with Holman obviously offering an awful lot with the bat and batting at 6. So,
sure.
But that would allow Middlesex then to look at an overseas batsman, perhaps.
Yeah. Murtagh bowls again to Allsop, who sort of steps back and swings away. It's gone high, but over backward point, and that's going all the way to the rope. Wasn't quite where he was aiming. Big, thick outside edge, but it was a big one.
Yeah, well, you know, That's T20 cricket, isn't it? Mertz, what's he gone for? 7 off the first 3 deliveries here. But, you know, you can see, again, they've struggled to hit Mertz. And that's what's happened in the group stage. You know, there have been, I think Mertz actually, his figures could have even been, you know, if luck had gone his way, perhaps even better. Certainly at Hove, a drop catch at the end of the his second over from the C end of the 4th of the match.
Economy rate of just over 6.5 and over. Tim Mertz. It's all right. Settle for that, wouldn't you? I'd settle for that. Good grief, I'd settle for, I wouldn't say double that. That's a good bowling by Mertz, as Allsop was looking to give himself some room and carved that through the offside, and Mertz just followed him and cramped Allsop for room. The score remains on 17 without loss.
And this has been an almost typical over from Mertz this year, that the batsmen do then take a high risk against him because he just isn't easy to get away. And as you say, it was a thick edge, flew away, and that's T20 cricket. That could have been off the 90-mile-an-hour man or the 70-mile-an-hour man. But yeah, he definitely, I think, has shown more than enough coming in halfway through the group stage this year, that he's an option for next year.
Here's Mertz again, then bowls, and Allsop pulls that away on the onside. Doesn't really get hold of that either, but it's all on ground. It's perfectly safe, and that is the end of the second over.
It's cracking over, isn't it?
Yeah,
8 off it
without loss.
8 off it, you know, and not complicated. Hitting a line and length, you know, the last couple of deliveries of the over, he dropped deep mid-wicket back, didn't he? He had deep square back the whole time and just drew the length back slightly. And where is the batsman going to score then? He's saying to the batsman, right, you've got to go over these two. You can try and back away outside the leg stump if you want and work it into the offside, but on you, you know, it's a risk shot. But yeah, good over from Mertz. Interesting move here. Tilan Walalawita is going to bowl the third over, so spin into proceeding straight away, and that's a good move. So often we do see spin bowlers opening the bowling nowadays. Joe Denley doing it the other day at Canterbury against Middlesex. But Helm with the first over from the hotel end, and Walalawita with the third.
Bit of left arm spin.
Yep.
Plenty of spin in the Middlesex.
Yeah,
attack,
and good spin as well. You know, it's, you know, seriously frontline spinners, the 3 of them. There's no bit part spinner in the 3 of them at all. So this again is a dummy run for next year. Walalawita, his left arm around, he bowls, and a thick inside edge squirts away through square leg for a single for Allsop. He moves to 16. Hampshire at 19 without loss. Vince on strike with 2 from 2.
And his T20 debut as well.
Yes. Yep. You saw him at Radlett.
Yes.
When he was bowling well before lunch. Remember, he picked up the 3-fer, and then at lunch, 24 to win with. Well, it was 3 wickets standing, wasn't it? But of course, Dawson was injured. Stevenson was really struggling, wasn't he? So it was almost a 1-wicket win for Hampshire, wasn't it? And Walalawita didn't bowl after lunch then. 3 for 30, I think he had before. Souter bowled after lunch, and it all happened very quickly as his Walalawita bowls. Backing away is Dawson, just to drive it to cover, no run.
Dawson's injured, mate.
Sorry, Vince. He was on my mind from the Radlett match. He's about to tap me on the shoulder.
I'm sure
he's injured. He's about to tap me on the shoulder, yeah.
He'd love to be out there, love to be fit enough out there.
He'll be back up here with us in a moment. As here's Walalawita bowls. It's dug out by Vince, and there's no run. Yeah, so it's a surprise that we haven't seen Walalawita actually in the T20, but Holman has been a massive find for Middlesex. Really, really impressive. And this is an impressive first over from Walalawita.
This is like Danny Briggs bowling this. Full.
He's in now, bowls full again, and it's driven to extra cover, and there's no run.
That is really good bowling.
Well,
left arm spin in the power play against James Vince, who's looking to crash it away. This is good bowling.
Very, very good stuff from the young man. I've liked him, but in everything I've seen him this year, I've liked his enthusiasm. He bowls now, and this is bumps back to him again, and just one off the over so far.
This is exactly what Danny Briggs used to do for Hampshire. Come on in power plays and bowl full, difficult to get away. This bloke's doing exactly the same.
Yeah. He's in for the last ball of the over. And I guess that full length as well, if a batsman thinks, right, well, I'm going to come down the track to him, you can end up yorking yourself if he darts in a quicker one. As Walalawita's in, bowls full again, and he has got it away this time, Vince. It's a good shot. Got it straight to the extra cover, only just because, again, the bowler didn't do much wrong, did he? But Vince clearly was backing himself there to say, right, if you go full again, I am going to get it past Stephen Finn at extra cover on this occasion. 23 without loss after 3. And Walalawita going for just the 5 off his first over.
That's a good shot from James Vince. He's been trying that most of the over. I mean, but to still go for 5 with only 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. Left arm spinner. I think he had mid on and mid off up. That's a great over. Great over. 23 without loss then, Hampshire, having won the toss and elected to bat first. It's going to be Allsop facing Mertz once more. Merter with his right arm medium pace comes in and bowls, and Allsop works it away square on the leg side. He moves on to 17 with that single, 24 without loss. I mentioned the table earlier, of course. Hampshire sitting bottom, but a disappointing result for Middlesex in their last game against Sussex. Put you out of any qualification.
I mean, two brilliant games, Canterbury and Hove. Middlesex coming out on top of a tight one at Canterbury, and then it looked as though they dragged victory back, Middlesex, and Garton smashed Finn all around the park for 22 off the penultimate over, and just 3 to win off the final over them for Tom Helm to defend, which, as we say, Helm's defended 5 of the final over, but 3 was a bit of a stretch.
Merter to Vince. Vince gets wrapped on the pad on the leg side. Merter's quickly across and stops a single. So Middlesex come into this game with in 4th place, but 3 points behind 3rd place Sussex. So Sussex may or may not qualify, depending on what they do today. Middlesex certainly won't.
Yeah, the Kent's game finished just after the Middlesex game at Hove. Kent getting that victory, which eliminated Middlesex. Had Essex, again, that was pretty tight, that one. Had Essex beaten Kent, actually Essex and Middlesex both would have still been alive today.
Here's Merter again. Then top 2 are playing today as well, aren't they? Surrey, Kent. There's a good Yorker, and Vince has played it on. Vince is just outside leg stump and just put the bat down on it in time, but the ball rolled back and it's just dislodged the off bail, I think. It's just touched the off stump. And Vince goes for 6, and Hampshire are 24 for 1, I think that is. Gosh, yes, he's deflected it, isn't he, from outside leg. Looking on the live stream. Don't forget, you can watch the live pictures via the Hampshire Cricket website. They'll also be relayed to Middlesex, I guess, the Middlesex Cricket website, so you can watch via that as well. And of course, we are going out on the BBC Cricket website. And there's a Hampshire Cricket app which you can download for free and also watch the action and listen to me and Kev, and later Emily, and later Liam Dawson as well. Beautifully described by you, Jay. No need for a replay on that one. It described exactly what had happened. Back to way outside leg, and as you say, a little tickle on it onto his off stump. So tough way to go, but a wicket for Merter, who has 1 for 9 from 1.3, and Merter doing Merter things out in the middle for Middlesex. He's over the years, you know, the Middlesex were looking for, you know, Finn, Helm, Fuller, 90-mile-an-hour men to go and smash stumps apart, mix up the pace, and I felt, or I think it was felt, that Merter, being a 70-mile-an-hour man, the batsman would just get the taste of it and the ball's going to go. But, you know, he was part of that 2008 winning side here at Southampton. Proves you bowl old-fashioned line and length, you get rewarded. His north-east facing Merter. North-east just pushes forward into the ground, fielded by the bowler on his follow-through. That was Merter's 7th wicket in this year's T20 competition. Yeah, you know, only come in for the last 4 or 5 games. He, like I say, he wasn't involved in the first half of the group. It was Harris and Cummins bowling these overs, and teams were targeting them. They were saying, right, 3rd seamer, he's going to go. I think there's definitely some wickets where Merter is definitely worth a go. I mean, some of the wickets which sort of hold a little bit, don't they, and don't come off so quick. That pace is going to be hard to get away. Here he is again then to north-east, who just works that straight to mid-wicket where Jack Davis does the fielding. Yeah, like I say, I mean, Mitch Marsh comes in maybe next year, then you've got that option, haven't you? There's 4 of them there then. I mean, Middlesex is batting line up. I mean, the one thing that you can see today is that Middlesex are light with the bat. Yeah, with Holman coming in at 6, Simpson coming in at 5. Yeah, that's, you know, it's not a long batting lineup. Merter runs away from us. We're in a commentary position at the pavilion here as north-east works that away on the onside, fielded by Walla Lawita, but it's off the pad of north-east. The score moves on to 25 for 1. But it's pressure off to some extent, isn't it? I talked about the 3 youngsters in the top 4: Davis, Cracknell, Anderson. You know, a lot of youth there. Anderson, who went well against Hampshire, didn't he? He and Weatherly got into the 90s in the first innings of that match. Hasn't really done anything in the T20 at all, Martin Anderson, but he's played every single game, and that is obviously the backing of his coach, that he likes him and he's backing him to say, look, go out there, it will happen. You're a good player, get this experience in now, and bring it next year, because I mean, you saw at Radlett what a good player he is. Walla Lawita, his 2nd over, his left arm around bowls right up there, a little straighter this time, and wristily driven
wide of long on for a single by North East, who gets off the mark 4th ball, 26 for 1 Hampshire, here on BBC Radio Solent and BBC Radio London.
Lovely day for it, isn't it?
It
Final
is.
day of the season. When are we? 20th of September.
Well,
I think in the regular season we would have been about the last round of matches, 4-day games, wouldn't we?
Yeah, yeah. They did say, though, that it was going to be 24 degrees today. It doesn't feel like it.
No, it gets windy up here.
Ooh. Here's Wallaluita. It's pushed back to him. Chance for run out. He hits. Oh, that would have been spectacular. Throw to the non-striker's end. He took the single Allsop back to Wallaluita, to his left hand. And although he was going wide to get it, he almost dived over the ball, didn't he? And threw it underneath himself back towards the stumps, for which he'd have had 1 and a bit to aim at. He missed. It was eventually backed up, and they do get through for the single.
Quick field in that. My word, that was quick. Surprised Allsop. Surprised me. May not have surprised you because you've watched him field before.
Well, yes and no. I mean, like I say, what we've seen of him so far, mainly it was just in the Bob Willis Trophy and different tempos of those games, isn't it? But he's a very enthusiastic character, Wallaluita. As he moves in now, bowls, and this ball's driven back to extra cover, and there's no run.
Such good full deliveries, aren't they? North East is trying to give himself some room and dig it out. There's just nothing there.
I like your
Nothing
Briggs
to work with.
comparison, yeah. I like that. The Briggs comparison, yeah.
So, he did it here, game after game.
Wallaluita is in now, bowls, and this is driven to cover. There's no run again. Consecutive dot balls in his second over for Wallaluita. Well, he got 4 consecutive ones in his first over, I think, didn't he?
I think you just have to chance it a little bit and come down the wicket and make it a full toss, but you're chancing it, and Hampshire's confidence isn't high.
Yeah. Long on and deep mid-wicket set back, and giving himself a little bit of room on that one. North East, he gets an edge past the keeper, and short third man coming around to hold them to 1 is... Eskenazi, it is. The captain of the Bob Willis side, but vice-captain in this, Finn's the captain.
Top run scorer in the competition as well, isn't he? Eskenazi.
Amazing, absolutely amazing. A few years ago, you wouldn't have had him down as a white ball cricketer at all, especially not T20. But he's got a lot of white ball runs the last couple of seasons. It's come at the expense of first-class runs, though, where he's been light in the Championship and the Bob Willis. As down the track comes Allsop and drives a single to mid-on, and 29 for 1. It wasn't an edge, my apologies. That was a leg by that went past the keeper to Eskenazi. Looking up at the scoreboard there, so North East is 1 from 7, Allsop's 19 from 14, and Hampshire 29 for 1 from 5.
Just 4 runs off that Wallaluita over. Another good over from him. Yeah, Eskenazi just under 4, fraction under 400 runs in this year's
amazing, really. You know, and again, you go back to that side of last year, and the team, the 4 that are missing from last year's team, 2 by departure, 1 Morgan, obviously England captain at the moment, and the other A.B. de Villiers they haven't got in the overseas this year. You know, it's a lot of runs missing, isn't it?
Lost over at the power play. Murtagh to Allsop. Slightly slower ball. Allsop pulls that away in the air, but safe as it goes out to deep mid-wicket. And that'll be a single. And the total will move on to 30 for 1.
Because I think in any other year, if you'd have said to a Middlesex fan, Eskenazi's going to be top run scorer, you say, wow, we must have thumped that group. Because there would have been serious runs elsewhere, you know.
Yeah.
But there hasn't been. You know, there's been youngsters, there's been cameos, and some of the youngsters have chipped in with something brilliant, but with that comes the inconsistency of, you know, 100 one week and nothing the next, which obviously is the nature of T20 as well.
Murtagh to North East, who works that away hard out towards deep mid-wicket. It's all on the ground, and that'll be a single. Is that Souter out there?
It is, yeah.
Yep. See his leg spin a little bit later. 31 for 1. North East moves on to 2. Allsop back on strike. He has 20.
The old man of the spin trio, Nathan Souter. But you know, again, he's not vastly experienced. I don't think he's into double figures yet for first-class cricket. He and Wallaluita played together in that game at Radlett, didn't they?
They did. Finn again then, right arm over with his medium pace. Allsop comes down the wicket and crashes that out. 1 bounce to deep square leg. Just a single though. 21 and 32 for 1. Hampshire struggling to find the boundaries here a little bit, with only 2 men outside the 30-yard circle, of course. I'm just going to count up the number of boundaries so far. Just 4.
It's a good crowd in today on those balconies over there, isn't it?
Oh, it's the way to watch.
I know, what a...
The old hotel end.
What a thing to be able to do in this day and age. Hello to Emma Vernon, who's tuned in from one of the balconies up there. I'll read her tweet in a moment.
In the sun, of course, even better. Murtagh bowls, and that's swatted away by North East through mid-on, and that's 4 runs. found the gap that time and passed a diving Stephen Finn.
Yeah, just had a chance there for a moment, didn't he? But it was sweetly struck and past him. Emma says, great to be cheering on Middlesex in the Southampton sunshine from a hotel balcony and tuned into Kevin Hand and Co. Good to have you with us, Emma. Enjoy the day over there in the sun. Yep. Yeah, what a way to spend the day.
Certainly is. And Co is Kevin James, Emily Windsor and Liam Dawson, by the way. Just for information purposes, public information purposes. Murta bowls, and that's swatted away again by North East, but out square on the leg side this time. But again, it's a single with those two men well placed outside the 30-yard circle. Hampshire seem to be finding them. 37 for 1 with 1 ball left of the power play.
I was saving the idents for the end of the over, but...
Oh, was you?
That's my excuse.
That's fine. No, I just think it's nice for people to know who they're listening to.
Absolutely. Who are you again?
Fred. Here we are. Here's if you don't like my commentary, I'm Kevin Hand. That's worked up to mid on after hurry here. Throw comes in at the bowler's end, but that misses. And that's the end of the over. 6 overs gone, 37 for 1. You're taking a break, Kev.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah,
on that note.
Yeah, so it's and Co from now on. 38 for 1, I tell a lie with that single. Allsop has moved on to 22. Sam North East on 4-7. The one man out, James Vince in the 4th over, bowled by Murta, playing on. Ball just following him as he tried to make room outside the leg stump, and the ball deflecting off the outside edge of his bat onto the stumps. He was out for 6. The score then was 24 for 1. And the Southern Vipers batswoman Emily Windsor, the hero of yesterday's win over South East Stars, is with us alongside me. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. Weird feeling to be here on the final day of the season when the sun is shining, and it almost looks like and feels like June, doesn't it? Sort of the midsummer, but shortened season. And I think Hampshire will be relatively happy with this start. Obviously, batters have been struggling, and just to lose that 1 wicket in the power play, they know what we've got. James Fuller to come with that firepower. We saw a great innings from him here previously against Kent, not a match-winning innings.
Here's Luke Holman then from the hotel end, and with his leg spin, and immediately Allsop is hit on the pad as he comes down the wicket and tries to work that on the onside. The season's not over for you though.
Certainly not. I've got 1 game left, 1 big game left.
Yep.
The most important game left as well. You don't remember who finishes second in a trophy.
Certainly don't. There's a reverse sweep there from Allsop. He hasn't really got hold of that. It'd be interesting to see what that's come off. What is the umpire going to signal? Oh, there must be an inside edge onto something anyway as Murta comes round on the 45. Just a single again, 39 for 1. So, you think Hampshire, well, I suppose with the way power plays have gone for Hampshire this season, only losing 1 wicket, I suppose is a bit of a plus, isn't it? But
it's not been the most exciting to watch, but
no.
They've lost 1 wicket instead of sort of 3 wickets, and give themselves an opportunity to post a respectable score here. Middlesex going with a lot of spinners, which I think is a great option here at the Ageas Bowl.
It's Holman then, just 20 years of age, and that's a good delivery. It's just played back quietly by Sam North East. This wicket was played on the last game against Surrey. So it's a pretty decent wicket. A little bit greener, isn't it, than perhaps we're used to here. It's not green, but it's certainly darker in colour anyway than the pure white wickets we get sometimes. That's swept away in front of square by Sam North East, all along the ground, out to deep mid-wicket. And that's another single to the Hampshire total. 40 for 1 in the 7th. Poor James Vince, it's not quite happening for him at the moment, is it?
No, it's not, and I think he's had a very strange season then to be having... I'm sure he hasn't had much sleep with a new baby in the household either.
Holman bowls, and that's hit. Slog sweep out on the leg side. It's gone between mid-on and mid-wicket. It's fielded down at the hotel side of the ground. Allsop will pick up 2, and it's 42 for 1.
And that's not an excuse for Vince. I think he'll be very disappointed not to have done better for the Hampshire lads. But I think people have seasons like that, and it does show you how much we rely on James Vince when he's in the nick he is.
Holman bowls as a reverse sweep, attempted reverse sweep there from Allsop, but taken by Simpson behind the stumps, and that is 7 overs gone. Hampshire 42 for 1, Allsop 25 off 21, and North East has 8 of 12.
I think this is an important innings for Tom Allsop as well. I think obviously he has played quite nicely in this competition. Then he missed out when George Munsey came back into the side. Then obviously last week as well, and with the self-isolation of a few players. So I think this is a really important knock for him here. And I know he's a Hampshire boy at heart, and I think he will want to prove to his teammates, to his fans and to himself that he's a T20 batsman and can play well at this level.
Yeah, Allsop's come into this game with, we had 172 before today from 7 matches, and you can add 25 to that total. We've got leg spin at both ends.
We sure do. Nathan Sauter into the attack. 5 men out, 3 on the leg side. Long off and cover here. He'll be bowling to Sam Northeast, who advances, hits into the pocket onto the onside. There is a fielder out there. They come back for a couple with a slight misfield out there, and score moves to 44 for 1.
Yeah, Joe Cracknell with a hot potato there as it arrived to him.
Hot potato, I haven't heard that saying for a while. That's a great game, isn't it? Primary school game as Sauter bowls to Northeast. That's again in the onside. Finds that same man. He has to come round, and they come back, or they think about to. They also has to hurry in the end, as there was a bit of indecision there from Sam Northeast, but they do come back comfortably in the end. Northeast moves to 12, 46 for 1.
Big boundary, isn't it? Away to our right. I'm looking at the 30-yard circle, and if you double that, it's certainly more than that. So we're looking at 65, maybe 70 yards. It's quite deliberate from Northeast, hitting it out there, isn't he? He's backing himself.
Sauter to Northeast again, this time through the offside. That's a lovely shot. The man at cover has to run fast, but he's not going to get there. That is lovely timed, and that is 4 runs to Sam Northeast. He moves to 16, and Hampshire 50 up.
I think Northeast worked that. I think with the slog sweep across on the onside, Sauter's gone slightly shorter this time to stop Northeast doing that. It's giving him time to rock on the back foot, thrash that through the covers.
Yeah, offside's his strength as well, so he'll be very happy for them to bowl there. 50 for 1 then Hampshire. Sauter in to Northeast. That's hit him on the pad, they're appealing. I think that's going down leg. Allsop Northeast thinks about single, Allsop not interested. All happening there.
It is, yeah. It's a decent start here from Hampshire. We haven't been able to say that for a little while in this competition, but yeah, there's a bit of momentum.
Sauter again from the pavilion end to Northeast. Advance is hit through the offside. He's hit that hard. The fielder has to do well to come round, and he does. That's a great stop out there, and they come back for a couple. Northeast moves to 18. Fantastic over this for Hampshire at the moment. 52 for 1. Do you think this is a big innings for Sam Northeast as well?
Yeah, I do. That's signalled 4 actually, by the way, in the end, Emily. Martin Anderson actually helping the umpire out a little bit. Yeah, I think it is. Definitely, I mean, you know, only just over 100 on the runs coming into this, you know, into this game. I know he missed the last game.
Sauter to Northeast, pushed into the offside. They come through for a quick single. Northeast will move to 21, 55 for 1.
I think what's really difficult is that when you're one of the senior players, which of course Sam is, and I sort of probably would include any senior player, that if the side isn't playing really well, everybody looks at your senior players and says, well, we need you to get us out of this mess. And actually that puts even more pressure, because not every batter is in nick all, you know, all the time, and you know, and I'm not singling Sam out, you know, it can happen to anybody, but you know, if you're not in great nick and the team isn't playing particularly well, it is awfully difficult to be singled out as one of the 2 or 3 players in that side that are expected to perform to help prop up the side. It's tough.
And to have 2 of your most senior players, and both batters, James Vince and Northeast, struggling at the moment. And of course in cricket that happens. Form
Of course it does.
doesn't last forever.
Here's Holman then with his leg spin as well, and that's a drive, thick outside edge by Northeast, and it's gone to backward a point, fielded by Walla Luita. How impressive was he in the power play?
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. I think making your T20 debut and bowling like that, I think he's got a big future ahead of him.
Definitely, I'd have him in my side at the start of next season's T20, that's for sure. He's 2 overs in the power play, cost just 8. Here's Holman with his leg spin again, bowls, and Allsop's gone for a big one, and the middle stump is knocked back. Allsop goes for 25. Holman picks up his first wicket. Hampshire 56 for 2.
Yeah, disappointing that for Allsop. He did all the right things, I think, in that innings. He got 25 off 22 balls. He played nicely, but probably the right option. Just didn't execute it well, and I'm sure he'll be disappointed. But a gutsy innings from him. He's gone for 25.
Don't forget, you can watch all the replays on the live stream via the Hampshire Cricket website. There's also a Hampshire Cricket app which you can download. You'll get our commentary to go alongside the pictures. Middlesex will be taking the live stream as well, so you can go to the Hampshire Cricket, the Middlesex Cricket website, and of course we are on the BBC by the BBC Cricket website. Just go to bbc.co.uk/cricket and look for the live online feeds. The new batsman for Hampshire is Joe Weatherly, back in the side after missing the game 2 days ago.
I think Weatherly must be relatively happy with his season. I think especially that red ball form early on. I think he's played some important knocks for Hampshire. I think in this white ball he's shown some promise, seen some starts, and I think a good opportunity here. He's got 11 overs to bat to again prove to himself, to the fans and his teammates, what he can deliver in this competition.
Yeah, there's been some pluses. You can go all around all the counties and look at some of the younger players and say, yeah, they've made strides even in the less than 2 months there's been some cricket, and Joe Weatherly from a Hampshire point of view is certainly one of those. So Holman will bowl again, and Weatherly on the back foot just cuts that away, just backward a point, beats the diving fielder in close, and Souter it is out in the deep, comes round, and it's 2 runs, and Weatherly off the mark straight away.
Yeah, good batting that. I think it's going to be hard out there to hit a boundary as it's so long to our right, but to manipulate that fielder that is on the rope to pick up some 2s, that will make a difference.
That was the area where you hit the winning runs yesterday for the Vipers at the Oval. Just backward a point, little cut shot there for 4. Brought back happy memories. I bet you didn't think of that until I mentioned it.
No.
58 for 2, there you go. I don't know why I mentioned it, but I did. So there's going to be a slight change in the field here. It's going to be a mid-wicket for Holman. That's Tim Murtagh going in there. As he comes in, he's got a slip here, Luke Holman, and that's cut away by Weatherly, but it's a little bit closer to Souter this time. So there's only a single. 59 for 2 then, Hampshire in the 9th over, winning the toss, electing to bat first.
Yeah, interesting move that. I think probably wanting to get him out early, putting that mid-wicket and not let him have that easy single into the offside, and they've changed back to Sam Northeast.
They're quite happy to give him a single, aren't they? It's outside the off stump, and Northeast leaves that one alone.
It's not often you see a leave in T20 cricket, do you?
No. Interesting. Interesting. It was quite close to Northeast, but there are 2 men backward a point looking for that cut shot, the fine cut shot. Northeast is on the back foot and whips that away on the onside. Now this could be a good contest. No, Northeast has settled for a single straight away. As the field, I think out there is Jack Davies coming in quite quickly, and that is the end of the over. 9 gone. Hampshire 60 for 2, 23 to Sam Northeast. That's come off 21, and Weatherly has 3 off 2.
Looks like the captain, Stephen Finn's going to come into the attack. Haven't seen him bowl yet today. The class bowler is Stephen Finn, and to be coming in only taking your first over in the 10th over, that shows how well the spinners have been bowling here for Middlesex.
I think that was the same at Lords, if I remember rightly. I'm just looking at Kevin Hand as I say that. Stephen Finn came into the attack quite late. Yeah, he did, yeah. He's nodding, because Kevin remembers everything. I have to write everything down, and if I haven't, I don't remember. Kevin's got it all up his head. He's quite clever like that. Or sad, yes.
But
I say clever. In your case, you're clever.
so fine leg, square leg, mid-wicket, and long on out on the boundary rope as Finn comes into Northeast bowls. Turned away into the onside. This could be 2. They settle for a single, and Northeast moves to 24-61 for 2.
Souter did well there, didn't it? There's a lot of area to cover there at deep mid-wicket. You've got to cover the boundary, you've got to cover the area in front of you, making sure the batsmen keep it down to 1. There's lots of responsibility out there and lots of acreage to cover.
In comes Finn then from the pavilion end to Joe Weatherly bowls, and that's turned into the onside again. They think about 2 this time. I think they settle for 1 again. Souter's doing fantastic there, getting to the ball quickly. Hampshire not chancing his arm either.
How many times on this ground have we seen 2s in that area where the ball doesn't quite reach the 30-yard circle, and yet Souter's managed to sort of, well, twice now, keep him down to 1.
Yeah, I think he's he's done an excellent job there, as he's he's not quite on the boundary rope as we look as Finn bowls. That short, he tried to cut that through the offside but misses out. The keeper, John Simpson, takes that. 62 for 2.
Middlesex's top wicket taker in this competition, Stephen Finn, with 14. That's a fair rate of turn, isn't it?
Experienced one-day player, experienced cricketer now is Stephen Finn, as he, at the top of his mark, will bowl to north-east. That's tried again to hit through that offside. No feet from James Vince, Sam north-east. No run. Same result.
Good length. Good length. There's just enough pace in the wicket for Finn here, isn't it? With Simpson standing probably 12 yards back, 13 yards back or so, maybe a yard more. Good bowling.
Yeah.
Bit of extra bounce with his height, and it's awkward for the batsman.
North-east going for that boundary option as there's no third man back as Finn bowls again. This time he's hit through the offside. That's a lovely shot through the covers. 4 more runs to Sam north-east. He moves to 28, scores 66 for 2.
Super shot, just hit through the line, didn't he? Little bit fuller this time from Finn, and north-east just threw the bat through the line. Lovely shot, found the gap. Not a lot of width either. North-east probably just got his front foot just outside the line a little bit and just allowed himself a fraction bit of room.
North-east then on 28, not out of 25 deliveries as Finn comes in and bowls. Shorter delivery, that's cut away this time. He's playing with that sweeper out there, but he does come round and come round quickly. They come back for a couple. North-east moves to 30, 68 for 2. Really important innings this for Sam north-east, I think.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I think in the last couple of games he's shown a little bit more positivity. I think it's fair to say. I think it's very easy when the side around you is not playing particularly well. I think it's quite easy just to fall into that sort of same trap. But I don't know. I just detect over the last couple of games he seems to be a lot more positive, a lot more sort of looking to attack a bit more, and it suits him. There's no doubt about it. James Vince has obviously been trying to do it, but he's just not quite in much form at all. So unfortunately it's not quite working for him, but you do detect the last couple of games it's working for Sam north-east.
An important thing here is I think he's got his start for him to go on and make that 75, 50 plus score that can win a game.
8 runs off the last over. Here's Walla Lawita with his left arm spin, and that's swept away hard in front of square, down to deep square leg by Joe Weatherly. Nice shot for 1.
Certainly is. Weatherly's a good sweeper of the ball. I've noticed that in this competition. That seems to be his go-to against spin. Sweeping the ball, and he sweeps it well, hits the sweepers hard.
Walla Lawita from that hotel end again, and that's slightly shorter this time, and north-east just rocks back and cuts that out into the gap in the covers. Fielded by Souter to our right, and the total moves on to 70 for 2. If you're used to listening to us on the commentaries here at the Ageas Bowl, then I can tell you that we're in the Brownsgrove Pavilion end rather than the hotel end, so we're at the southern end of the ground. There's a lovely reverse sweep there from Joe Weatherly. It's going very fine. It won't quite go all the way to the rope. That's well fielded, but they will pick up 2. After that was Eskenazi.
Yeah, really good shot this from Weatherly. Again, a different sweeping option. I think the sweep shot's so effective against spinners. You can hit so many areas, and that reverse now has got to be a shot that you have in your armoury.
Certainly do. Weatherly's on 7, facing Walla Lawita again. This is another sweep shot, which not quite out in the middle of the bat, but will roll out towards deep square leg for a single. Weatherly moves on to 8, 73 for 2. Kevin Hand is chomping at the bit to get back on in a moment. He's been wandering up and down, and sort of you know you do, you sort of shrug your feet out left, right, and he's ready. He's ready.
He's almost dancing to our left.
Yeah, is that what it is? Oh, is he edged that? I think he has, and north-east is caught behind. He just tried to sort of swat that away on the offside. The bat came down at an angle, slight top edge, well taken by Simpson behind the stumps, and north-east goes for 31. Hampshire have lost their 3rd wicket, 73 for 3.
Yeah, I think a good start again from him, but again not gone on. And I think Hampshire need that batter to convert their start into a big score, but nevertheless north-east played okay positively there for his 31.
So a first T20 wicket for Tilan Walla Lawita. So a wicket for Murtagh, wicket for Holman, and Walla Lawita joins them as well. 6 for James Vince, 25 for Tom Alsop, now 31 for Sam north-east. As Ian Holland walks out to the crease, the Hampshire all-rounder.
I wasn't here last game, but he played quite nicely, I think, didn't he? Top scored for Hampshire.
He did. I can tell you exact score in a moment as I just work out that total. 73 for 3. Yes, he's had a steady tournament actually with bat and ball.
That's the type of player Ian Holland is for Hampshire. I think he's never going to be that world-class player, but he always does a job. He's that gritty type player. Fantastic player as well, all-round game.
65 in that game, and he's off the mark straight away. Works that hard up towards mid-on. They run the first one quickly. Whether he's running to the danger end or is he? The throw actually comes up towards our end, towards John Simpson, so it would have been Holland running to the danger end. But a comfortable 2 to end the 11th over. 75 for 3 Hampshire.
Yeah, good running that. That's a nice way to get off the mark. Just working that ball onto the onside and picking up a couple. I think these two will run well here in this period. They can build a bit of a partnership. But Middlesex, on the other hand, I think will be very happy with 1s and 2s.
Yeah.
And not many boundaries here.
Still a big old ground, isn't it, really? I think the boundary's slightly shorter to the left. Or we are playing to the left-hand side of the ground as we look. Probably about 2 wickets to the left from centre.
In comes Stephen Finn to Joe Weatherly. Full, and that's turned away onto the onside. He's hit that out the screws. They think about 2. Yes, they do come back for 2. That's fantastic running again from these two. Weatherly moves to 10, 77 for 3.
Well, it's good because they're putting the fielders under pressure. Souter's a good fielder out there in the deep. But they run the first one quickly. It puts Souter under pressure, and then he's trying to throw, not really in a sort of position to throw with any pace on it, because his body weight's not quite in the right position, but he feels he's got to let the ball go quickly. It's good cricket from Hampshire.
Finn to Weatherly, again turning to the onside into that same area, but it will just be a single this time. Weatherly moves to 11.78 for 3. I also think you can play with the fielders when you do this as well, because all of a sudden you start drawing them in closer to you, then it's easier to beat them because they're up. So it's actually a really good move this from Hampshire, trying to put those fielders under pressure and hopefully can pierce that gap and find the boundary as Finn bowls to Ian Holland. That's short and he's down the leg side and Holland gets nothing on it, and the umpire stretches his arm wide ball.
You're right, because I mean I just watched Souter then when Finn let the ball go, and Souter's a good 20 yards in from the rope. I know it's a big boundary, but that's a long way in. Maybe Cracknell's not quite as far in, but not far off at deep square leg. So they're very aware, isn't it? They're very aware that they've got to try and cut off the 2, but there's a big gap behind them. Yeah,
I think we discussed this in a previous game. People now know how to play at the Ageas Bowl as Finn bowls, and that's pulled away onto the onside. That it's into a gap. There, think about a couple. Yes, they do come for a comfortable 2 in the end. Ian Holland moves to 481 for 3, and I think 2s can actually win or lose games here at the Ageas Bowl. So I think that awareness, they know to bring them in to try and stop that. It's a big boundary to our right.
Yep.
That mid wicket, especially Souter, quite far off the rope. In comes Finn to Holland. Bowls, and that's pushed into the offside. Come free for a quick single. Great running again by these two. Weatherly moves, Holland, sorry, moves to 5, 82 for 3.
It is much better. I just don't think we've quite seen this intensity from the Hampshire batting in the last few games, have we? There's a renewed zest, isn't there, almost, to sort of try and eke out a decent total, not just by big shots, but with clever running between the wickets.
Busyness at the crease as Finn bowls to Weatherly, interact him on the pad, and they come through for a leg by as the umpire signals.
Because as you know yourself, when you're out there in the middle, it's not just going through the motions and looking as though you're busy. It's actually believing it and actually doing it. They're two different things.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's when you're out of nick, it's actually quite hard to do that because you start overthinking your game. How am I going to be busy, rather than actually just trusting your game and actually allowing yourself to do it. As Finn bowls, Holland pulled away onto the onside. The man comes round. He's hit that 2 nicely to pick up a 2, but Holland moves to 6, 84 for 3. That's 12 overs gone.
It's going to be a bit of Kevin Hand alongside Emily Windsor for the next 6 overs. So stay there, and there'll be a bit more Middlesex bias coming up right now.
Balance the equation out. 84 for 3 then. I think Middlesex would be really happy with where they are at the moment, not let Hampshire get away at all, and very much in control out there. Some great bowling. Wallawita has bowled his 3 overs for 15 runs, one wicket. What a debut he's having. Into the attack comes the leg spinner of Nathan Souter. Hello, Kevin.
Hello. Is that my mic's making a horrible noise?
I can't hear it, so it must be your mic. In comes Souter, and that's played back to him. No run there from Ian Holland. Score 84 for 3 as Kevin's half joined me. He's got a bit of a dodgy mic as Souter bowls. Advances turned into the onside. This could be 2, and Holland wanted to, Weatherly didn't. So just a single. Holland moves to 7, 85 for 3. You can really see here Holland running that first one hard. In comes Souter again from that hotel end to Weatherly, and he's swept away onto the onside. He's hit that hard. Has he split the fielders? Both of them half go for it and don't, and that's 4 runs to Joe Weatherly. That's a fantastic shot. He moves to 15, 89 for 3. As Kevin's still headphoneless to my right. Fantastic shot this from Weatherly. 15 off 10 balls. Had a good start here so far at the Ageas Bowl as Souter bowls to Weatherly. This time tried to go through the offside, doesn't get hold of it. Dot ball for Souter. He's bowled 1.4 overs for 18s, have been quite expensive so far in his bowling, as Souter again bowls to Weatherly. He's gone for a reverse sweep. That's hit him on the pad, and that was pretty plumb. So Weatherly is dismissed for 15 off 11 balls, and Souter picks up a wicket. And Kevin joins me to my right.
I think I'm with you. I think I'm okay, but listeners will soon let us know if there's a bit of buzzing on my mic still at the moment. This is good for Middlesex, isn't it? They've picked the 3 spinners, and they're getting the reward for it. And, you know, well bowled, all 3 of them. They've been impressive, haven't they? Wallawita bowled well up top, followed by Holman. He's come back well and picked up the wicket, and now Souter as well. So, yes, 89 for 4, and trouble for Hampshire towards the end of the 13th here. Middlesex are light with the bat as well, though. As I said, they've gone with the bowler-heavy lineup. And not only light, but inexperienced with the bat. Eskenazi with all those runs. Simpson has had a good year, solid through all of the matches, really. But yes, it will be. I mean, it'll be tight here, when it always is. You know, Hampshire, even if they are a little light with the bat, they'll still come hard with the ball.
Yeah, definitely, and I think Middlesex will be really happy, is because they keep picking up wickets at the right time. Just as a partnership starts to develop, just as someone starts finding their stride, they're picking up the wickets. Tom Alsop gone for 25, Vince for 6, North East for 31, and then North East, and then Weatherly for 15. I think Middlesex just keep picking up that wicket at the right time, and that does stem the run flow as well, as Souter comes into James Fuller, the new batter. He's tried to sweep it, and that's just missed outside the off stump. Dot ball to finish the over. Good over that from Souter, 89 for 4.
Yeah, very good over indeed. Yeah, Middlesex, I mean, we were talking about Tim Mercer at the top, weren't we? You know, it's a little bit of a bowl out between the 3 spinners, especially if Majib comes back next year for Middlesex. And they're going to have given the coach a real problem, but all of the youngsters that have come in this year have given Stuart Law a problem, in that they've all shown, you know, they're very, very capable of making the step up, and are ready to do so now. So, yeah, next year it'll be an interesting one that he works out. He suggested after the game, I'm trying to think which one it was, I think it was the Essex game, the final Bob Willis Trophy match, which Essex won handsomely. It was the only Bob Willis Trophy match where Middlesex really would walk away from it thinking they let themselves down. They lost against Hampshire, but it was a silly 2 or 3 hours, they said, in that game, where they should have been setting a bigger target in the chase. As here's Holman bowling from just down below us. He's got Holland on strike on 7, and he's right arm over the wicket now. He bowls just a tad short on that one, and Holland rocks back and punches out to deep mid-wicket. They'll think about 2. Souter is the fielder. The throw goes to the wicket-keeper's end. The bat was dropped by Fuller. And I wonder, did Souter even know that? Because having known that Fuller had dropped the bat, maybe he should have gone for that end, because obviously Fuller was a couple of yards short, not having the bat in his hand stretched out.
Yeah, definitely. But this seems to definitely be Holland's tactic here, is push this onside field and run hard and find those twos, because that was a short delivery that really he could have got his hand through, but actually that probably would have only picked him up a single with that big boundary to our right. So good batting.
Holland bowls him again, and this time he drops a single, possibly two, to long on, but they settle on the one as Anderson comes in to collect. 92 for 4. I finished my dancing over there. I did a proper dance when they took the wicket, but you weren't looking, either of you.
Oh no.
Thankfully.
The camera was just in front as well. We needed that to
Spun
spin
round.
round.
Yeah. No, good on him. Walla Luita, he's a likeable chap. As here's a full ball swept away, backward of square on the leg side for a single for Fuller. Let's get him off the mark. Second ball, 93 for 4.
Be interesting how Fuller goes about his innings as well today. He's a very clean striker of the ball. He's got a couple of 50s in this competition by striking the balls, hitting the boundaries, and it's quite a big boundary today here at the Ageas Bowl.
Holman bowls to Holland on the back foot. He punches a single too long on. I think he was trying to wristily look for that gap there and see if he could have worked it into two in between two of them. How much confidence will Fuller have in those to come behind him? Because there's obviously a lot of overs still to go.
Yeah, I think he's got you got youngster batter Felix Organ coming in next. I think he will play himself in at the moment.
Holland's Fuller, there's the answer. He holds out. Is it going to be held at long on? Anderson's underneath it, takes the catch. Fuller's gone for 1, his third delivery, and Holman has 2 for 14 with 1 to go of his third. Hampshire are 94 for 5. Cool head, Martin Anderson down below us at long on.
Yeah, I jinxed him there, didn't I? I think the right option was to take it a bit deeper for him and to be there with 3 overs to go, then start playing those shots, just bat with Holland, build a bit of a partnership. But unfortunately he's gone for that option. Had it gone for 6, we may have said something differently, but didn't quite get hold of it. And in comes Felix Organ, a young batsman for Hampshire. Yeah,
he had a bit of time there to get himself in, didn't he? And Middlesex found themselves in a reasonably similar situation the other day at Sussex, and we were saying at the time, Ben Brown was on mic with us for that one, you know, Middlesex try and get themselves to 120 and then from there go, you know, get to the 120 and then go, which gave the 2 new batsmen a chance just to knock it around a bit as well, get the pace of the pitch, because it was a slow pitch at Hove, so you know, it's big. I wouldn't say it's a slow pitch here, but it's big boundaries, isn't it, and getting the pace of it, especially against these spinners who are going very, very well, all of them. Here's Holman, last ball of the over. He bowls to Holland, who drives a single wide of long off. They'll think about the 2, and setting off for it is Organ, but Holland quickly calls no. So Holland's on to 12 from 10. Hampshire 95 for 5. Organ has yet to face, and Fuller was caught by Anderson for 1 down at long on. And Holman has 2 for 15 from 3. Very, very well bowled him yet again. And is it going to be South's continued? It is. South's got 1 from 18 from 2. Not done much wrong. But Holman has done an awful lot right, hasn't he?
Yeah, he certainly has, and I think Souter's been probably the most expensive of the Middlesex bowler, but he picked up the wicket in the last over, so I think relatively Middlesex will be happy. I think the spinners have bowled really nicely in tandem with each other, with a bit of seam from the captain Finn in between.
Well, it's amazing how things change so quickly. Ollie Rayner wasn't brought back by Middlesex this year, and all of a sudden they've got 3 spinners really fighting hard for a place.
In comes Souter to Holland, quicker delivery, and he's fielded really well there by Stephen Finn, sticking out that long right arm, and the ball stuck, so no single there.
I thought he was going to get him there. I thought he was going to run past it just as he gave himself that little bit of room.
In comes Souter, the leg spinner to Ian Holland, bowls quicker again, turned away into the onside. They run the first one hard. We'll think about 2. The answer is no, and the correct answer is no from Felix Organ. A good opportunity for him as Lewis McManus out the side having an operation. He had appendicitis, so Organ keeps his place in from last week. So an opportunity for him, the youngster, to show what he can do.
Organ in, his appendix is out.
In comes Souter, turned away into the onside. Very risky that from Organ. Will just be a single. He's off the mark. 96 for 5.
Is the appendix an organ?
Yes.
Yes, there you go. 1 organ out, another one in.
Surely it's got, yes, an organ. In comes Souter to Holland. Swept away onto the onside. That beats the man at fine leg. There should be 2. They come back comfortably there. Holland moves to 15. 98 for 5. Hampshire. Middlesex on top here at the Ageas Bowl. As the sun is shining.
It is indeed an organ, I've just double checked.
In comes Salter, advances, finds the bowler himself, and he's just thrown it at the stumps and actually allowed Holland to come through for the single. The attacking option that was from the bowler himself. So Holland moves to 13, 98 for 5.
Part of a complex group of organs in the gastrointestinal tract.
But not essential if it's coming out.
Yes, indeed, yeah.
In comes Salter to organ. He only finds Finn at extra cover, no run.
Am I right in thinking it used to be for when we used to eat like twigs? We used to eat twigs and things like that, and that's basically what the appendix was for really grinding up the twigs and things.
That I do not know, and I can't say I've ever tried to eat a twig either.
I think probably nobody has for about 3,000 years, but at least. Although I'm sure one of those bush programs they have.
Yeah, get lost.
Phil Tufnell might have done in the jungle.
If you get lost in the jungle, I'm sure, and get stuck, I then might eat some twigs, but before then, no. So Hampshire 100 for 5. 15 overs gone. Middlesex on top here, as Holman comes to bowl his last over.
That's not what the official thing's saying on the website, but go with what I said anyway. It sounded like fun. Here's Holman, he's in. That slapped big. Whoa, low full toss. Clattered back down the ground by Holland for 6. Massive shot from him. He's on to 22 from 15. And Hampshire are 106 for 5 at the start of the 16th. And far from makes a mess of Holman's figures, but it's the first one where he's really taken tap. 2 for 21 off 3.1 for him. A good start to his final over for Hampshire.
Yeah, good shot. Executed well, punished the bad ball.
Holman's in, and on this occasion drags it a little shorter. And Holland, I think, was probably counting on that, and he rocks back and plays that same shot that you were talking about, manoeuvring to in between deep mid-wicket and long on. He probably expected, having met the previous one on the full, that the length this time from the youngster would be that little bit shorter, allowed him a couple. 8 off the first 2 deliveries.
Good innings again. Gritty innings here from Holland. An important man to stay here to the end.
And Holman bowls him. He very nearly gets himself in trouble there. He managed to trap the bat down on it as he was looking to give himself room, give himself a little bit of an advance on the ball as well in doing so, and had to really stretch to bang down on that ball, make sure it wasn't passing through to the gloves of Simpson where he'd have been stumped as Holman comes in. Quicker ball. This is hit up in the air too long on. It's not going to carry, just short of Anderson. And a rather flat-batted shot from Holland, which I think in the end he probably did just check slightly, so he didn't send it down the throat of Anderson. And Holland's on to 25.
I feel like that was one that you could have taken a spectacular diving catch straight, but in this situation they don't really need to do that, do they, Middlesex?
No. Holman bowls and Organ works through mid-wicket, a single, 110 for 5. Organ doubles his tally from 3 deliveries. That low full toss that went for 6 as well, I mean, that often, for the quicker bowlers as well, they'll look for a low full toss at the end of the innings because it is hard to get that leverage, isn't it? But boy, oh boy, what a hit back over the bowler's head.
Straight down the ground, no fielders there either.
No, here's Holman to Holland, very nearly a mix-up as Organ set off. And Holman actually ran behind the non-striker to collect the ball because he was already on his way down, but he was fortunately sent back very quickly. And no mix-up in the end. 110 for 5. Organ has 2. Holland has 25. BBC Radio London and BBC Radio Solent, I should say first. Apologies. Our hosts, BBC Radio Solent and BBC Radio London, together for this one. And Emily, yes, it's. I mean, it's going to be a below par score, one way or another, you would think. But just getting a score on the board, somewhere around 140, has got to be what Hampshire are thinking of.
Yeah, definitely. I think that I guess is a total on the board. Probably that is below par, but Hampshire would have to bowl well to defend it, but at least it's a total on the board as well. Awita bowls, that's cut away into the offside. That's a good shot. He's hit it quite well though, and the man out there is quick to the ball despite slipping when he throws.
And again, it's a big playing surface today, isn't it? They're very central, so you know that's something that you do factor in. I mean, if they do get up around 150, if it goes well, 160.
Wallaby to Holland. He's been hit straight in front of middle stump and given out LBW. That was a big hoik onto the onside. Walawita picks up another, and he's now got 2 wickets just for 16 runs. What a debut he's having.
Yeah, and possibly with Holland goes the hopes of making it something like 160, but 140 to 150 is certainly something to play with for Hampshire. Walawita was pretty convinced there, wasn't he, with that appeal. Left arm around to the right-hander, looking to open up into the onside. And a big wicket for Middlesex in trying to restrict Hampshire, because they themselves will still be will say to themselves, look, never mind 140, 130. Tom Helm, as we've seen, a fantastic death bowler, really does bamboozle batsmen with his change-up of pace, especially the slower ball, which is almost repetitive, the slower ball for him at the end. I think there's far more slower balls, really slow balls, than there are quick ones. Ben Brown, again, he was on mic in that Sussex match, and it was Sussex that Helm defended 5 against a few years back at Lords, and he said it was awful because we were all sat in the dugout going, it's going to be a slow ball, it's going to be a slow ball, and then there'd be the swing from the batsman, miss the slower ball. And yeah, they're all saying it from the sidelines, it's easy, but when you're out in the middle, you just can't pick up that slower ball from him.
New batter, Ryan Stevenson to the crease as Walawita left arm round bowls, and that's driven down to long off, pick up a single. 1-1-2 for 6. Walawita's been very impressive for me here. For this to be his day, he almost looks like an experienced pro out there. For this to be his
it's been a good
debut.
season. He came in at the Oval in the Bob Willis Trophy at the start of the year. It's the first look I had of him.
As Walawita bowls to Organ, he advances, turns into the onside, will just be a single. Organ will move to 4 off the 5 deliveries, 1-1-3 for 6.
And, you know, he's got something, hasn't he? Almost a little bit of the Morley Kartik about him in his delivery, I think, watching him bowl.
And he's just got impressive control as well as he bowls, and that's a thick outside edge. They come through for a quick single. Organ does well, stopping Helm here at short third man.
Before lunch on the final day at Radlett against Hampshire, it really felt like he was bowling Middlesex towards victory. Hampshire were chasing 158, I think. And then they took him off, as Kevin James said.
And that's turned up into the onside. There's a man out there. He takes the catch. Organ finds the man on the boundary. He's dismissed for 4 off the 5 deliveries. 1-1-4 for 7 now, and Hampshire in a bit of trouble. And on that note, Kevin James can join Kevin.
Thank you very much. Emily Windsor should be back with us in a little while. And yeah, Tilam Walawita, well bowled to him. 2 for 19, or 3 for 19, in fact it is now, isn't it? For Walawita. Organ departs 1-14 for 7, and real trouble for Hampshire here in that young batting lineup of Middlesex. I don't think it'll be easy for them, because I think they'll go hard in the power play, particularly young Davis going in the top, crackling it through. We've seen some excellent shots from him. Eskenazi has been fantastic, some huge shots as well, but also allowed batsmen to play around him and give him that confidence. With his performances in the blasts so far. But again, it is young, and Anderson at 4, I think Middlesex certainly needed, especially on a big playing surface like this, they needed to go well with the ball first up, and the slight risk of going with the 3 spinners, but right now, Kevin James, it's paid off.
It certainly has, hasn't it? And the big boundaries. Again, I'm slightly surprised, maybe. I mean, if you think about it, players that are not particularly in form, few spinners playing in the Middlesex lineup, you probably want the boundaries fraction smaller, I guess. But when you're not in nick, you're going to struggle to pepper the boundary on a regular basis. That's for sure.
Helms in, bowls. This ball's eased away off the back foot out to deep cover for a single. 1-15 for 7.
But yeah, some big pluses. Walawita, love it, love him. I think if Dorse was here, and I think he'd say the same. It's he's a big plus for you guys for going forward for next year.
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's a bit of a, you said it's a bit of a bowl out for a few of the spinners. For me, he's got it. Yeah.
I think, you know, the 2 that have made their debut this year, I think it's fantastic as Helm comes in, bowls down the leg side. That'll be a wide. 116 for 7 the score. So 3 for 19 from 4 Walawita. Holman is at mid-on. He won't bowl out today. How many did Mercer bowl in the end today? Was it 2? I think it was just the 2, wasn't it?
I don't know, I was just looking at the Spurs Saints score.
Oh, go on.
Southampton 2, Tottenham 5.
Oh, I was listening to Adam Blackmore on the way into the ground. Helm comes in, bowls, and that one tucks up Wood, and they will run a leg by to backward point. Just came off the hip guard somewhere. Yes, Merter, 1 for 18 off 3. He did have a third. Walla Luisa 3 for 19 from 4. This is only Helm's second over. Holman 2 for 25 from 4. Souter 1 for 23 from 3. And Finn none for 16 from 2. Can the quicks go the distance though for the Hampshire batsmen as Helm's in, bowls, and this is cut hard. Cover's got a chase on. It's a big boundary which will give Davis a chance. He gets a hand to it but he can't stop it, and it's 4 runs for Stevenson, who moves to 7 from 4. Hampshire 1-2-1 for 7. Just a little bit of width from Helm.
Yeah, it's we're talking about the par total here, and normally par here 160.
Yeah.
I think Hampshire are going to do well to get there, and this is a good wicket as well. I think during the day, I mean, that's 160 mainly under lights. I think they're going to need a few more here.
Helm midway through the 18th, he bowls short. Hooking at it is Stevenson, but just checking to see if the umpire was saying whether it was going down the leg side, but I think he just steps inside the line of it really, hadn't he, and through it went to Simpson. And a dot ball. Yeah, I mean, look, this is for me the strongest Middlesex bowling lineup that they could field. Yeah, I think so.
Because you were saying at Lords how the seamers had done a great job.
Finn and Helm, yeah. But they struggled with that third seamer role, which now Merter has filled. And obviously here they've gone one step further and played a third spinner as well, as Helm is in, bowls short, and this ball's hooked away for 4 more. Deep square setback, long leg as well, but it's a big boundary to patrol, which means if you can bisect the fielder, then they're not going to get there to cut it off. Either of them, as Stevenson's on to 15, 129 for 7.
Just watching the replay on the live stream via the Hampshire Cricket website. Yeah, it's very much leg stumpish, wasn't it, really? But still a good shot from Stevenson. Have to keep your eye on that right to the last minute. Make sure the ball hits the bat. You just use the pace, but the line was wrong there from Helm.
He'll be bowling the 20th. It's the last ball of the 18th as he runs in. Bowls slow, and that's cut away for 4 more. Not been Helm's day. None for 23 off 2. 133 is that now for 7, I think it's going to be, as it ticked over already. It's the end of the 18th here on BBC Radio Solent and BBC Radio London. Wood has yet to get off the mark, 1 ball face. Stevenson has moved to 15 from 7 with that latest boundary. It's 129 for 7 Hampshire, and well, I guess 160 is still possible, isn't it? Certainly after that over now.
God, definitely, yeah. It's an attempted cutter, wasn't it, that last delivery from Helm, and he just dragged it down, didn't he? Dragged it too short, and it just stood up there for Stevenson. It still had to be put away.
A couple of times in the over he did that, didn't he? I think the cut shot I didn't detect was a slower ball as well, the previous one, that had gone, and whether they've just done their homework very well and said, look, Helm, it is mainly going to be slower balls at the end. And saying it to Emily, the majority of deliveries that he'll send down in these penultimate overs, they'll be slower balls.
Here's Souter then, another leg spinner. That's driven, it's in the air, but safe by Chris Wood, down towards deep mid-off. And that's Walla Luisa out there, isn't it?
Yeah. This is a bold move, isn't it? Because Stephen Finn would usually bowl the 19th. Yeah. So Finn is allowing Souter to finish off. I mean, spinners have gone well today, obviously, haven't they?
Yes. It's an experiment a little bit. There's nothing on this game.
Yeah.
Just try a little bit differently. But you're right, I'm surprised Finn is only going to bowl 3 at most. There's a lovely shot over extra cover from Chris Wood. Foolish delivery there from Souter, and Wood just gave himself some room by stepping outside leg stump and eased that over extra cover.
There's a point made to me as well the other day, which I really liked. Your best bowler should be bowling your 19th, not the 20th, because you have a really bad 19th. There's not much left to play with in the 20th. And Helm has been that man, and he's bowled the 18th and 20th, which is what he'd usually do, with Finn bowling the 19th, who's not a bad man to bowl the 19th, to be fair.
Souter bowls, and Wood goes for the huge heave on the leg side, and he's bowled. And Wood goes for 6, and Hampshire 135 for 8. Little cameo partnership between those two, but Wood perishes, trying to smash it out over mid-wicket.
Pat on the back for Souter from Stephen Finn, who again has thrown the ball to somebody else when it could have been him. He did it with Miguel Cummins at Canterbury, and Cummins took a bit of tap, but Helm again with one of those incredible efforts in the final over to defend not very many. And on this occasion he throws it to a leg spinner. So yeah, he's only bowled 2, and I doubt very much he'll bowl the final one. I'm sure he'll throw it to Helm again. Merter's only bowled the 3, 1 for 18, and Souter Well, he was going at 7.6. 1 for 23 from 3 prior to this, but he will get to bowl out just as the other two spinners did. Maybe he just didn't fancy having Souter in his ear the whole of the second innings, not bowling him out. The senior bowler.
I just noticed
spinner.
the board put up LBW, but I'm sure the stumps were broken.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm sure
They might have got that wrong, actually. I must admit, I missed the replay on the live feed. Apologies for that, but those of you watching the live feed will be screaming at me now saying, yes, it was bowled, or no, it wasn't, Kev. But I could have sworn that was bowled.
Yeah, I thought so.
Because I'm sure the umpires just put the bails back. Mason Crane, the new batsman for Hampshire. Souter 2 for 29, got 3 balls left of his last over, and Crane immediately off their mark pushes that up to mid-off. Wallawaita comes off the boundary. 136 for 8.
Bowled on the official scorecards, I think.
Yeah.
Because there was no appeal from the bowler or anything,
right,
was there?
It's just the scoreboard that got it wrong. That's good. Yes, you're right. It is on the official online score board. As Stevenson gets a foolish delivery and can't quite get it past Souter on the leg side. It's a dot ball.
There's a little flag on one of those balconies over there as well, isn't there? Love Hans? Is that what it is? A little heart above Hans?
They all love Hans here.
I thought he was going to say love J-Mo.
No, they don't like that. There's attempted sweep shot. Stevenson's right across his wicket, and I think he's bowled. He is. And I think the ball has just been touched off. Came right across his stumps there, Stevenson, trying to sweep that away on the leg side, and he goes for 15. Watch that on the replay on the live feed, and oh gosh, he's saying all 3 stumps, isn't he? Is that bowled off stump?
Yeah.
His front foot is a good 3 stumps on the other side. Just came across a bit too much.
Desperation here at the end, isn't it, for Hampshire? And well, what a good move from Stephen Finn in the end to bring on Souter. A couple of wickets in the over, and he ends with 3 for 30 from 4. And a pat on the back for the captain as well, bringing on Souter at that stage. As I say, Finn the other day bowled the 19th at Sussex and went for 22, with 25 to win off the last 2 overs. It was against the tail. George Garson was one of them, and he was the man that hits Finn for the 22 off that over, 3 sixes in the over. But you didn't think, you know, with 2 overs to go, 25 needed, and Finn and Helm, the 2 bowlers, that Sussex were going to do it, but do it they did, and well, do it in real style as well in the 19th. So contrasted 19th over here for them, as here's Helm to bowl the last one. 136 for 9. Hampshire, and Helm is in. Slow ball first up. It's driven away fine of the deep fielder at cover, so they're going to come back comfortably for 2, and Crane moves to 3 from 3, keeping the strike. With a 3D in, the new batsman.
Finn's having a holiday, isn't he?
Yeah, I know.
Part-timer.
Yeah. Well, that was what I said at Canterbury. I had to be really careful how I posed the question to Stuart Law at the end, when it was Cummins that took the 19th over and not Finn. Because, as I say, Cummins went for quite a few in that over, and it didn't leave Helm much to defend it at the end, but defend it he did, as Helm is in now. Slower ball again, and this goes through to the keeper. They're almost all slower balls from Helm at this point. It's incredible, really. And I think that's what happened in the 18th over.
He didn't quite get it right.
No, he didn't quite get it right, but I think, you know, in terms of, you know, the amount of detail that goes into the research and preparation for the games, they'll know what Helm is going to deliver. But yeah, that was a good one that did for, well, I say did for Crane, did for him in the pace, but his wicket stands intact as Helm passes the umpire in the sunshine here at Southampton. He bowls, and that's swung down to long on for a single for Crane. He moves to 4 from 4. Hampshire 139 for 9 midway through the last over of the innings.
He's got a very well disguised slower bowler, isn't he, Tom Helm? I mean, some of the ones you see around the circuit, you know, a little bit more telegraphed than others. I think he's as clever. I think what makes his more difficult is that there's no difference in the way his arm comes over. It comes over at the same pace. So if you are picking a slower ball, it is very late. So you're struggling to really set yourself. You know, some are obvious the way the arm comes over, and you can see almost before the ball's let go that it's a slower ball. But his, I think he's got a good one there.
Yeah, highly regarded, certainly, Helm. He's in, bowls, and a swing and a miss at a slower ball once more as Afridi looked to open up to the onside, but again, didn't pick it, did he? He was through that.
That's very good. He's pitched it right as well, isn't he? As you know, we said in his last over, a couple just he dragged down a bit, but these slower balls in this over have just been pitched right.
Devastating, aren't they? I mean, all 4 have been slow deliveries, haven't they?
Yeah.
Coming in for a huge run up, edge of the 30-yard circle, big tall man, very fast bowler as well.
That's exaggerating.
Hits the crease, bowls through to the keeper. It goes, beating the off stump, and underarm throw from Simpson. Helm has a quick look back at him, leg by taken, 140 for 9. No, he hits 90.
Does he?
He does. Well, I told he does anyway.
Well, that's fair enough.
He's had a couple of.
I think he hits the deck hard.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think there's a difference.
Yeah, no, yeah, I'm absolutely right. Certainly a difference. I was told he hits 90,
That's
but
fair
I
enough.
will double check it next year.
Fine. What are we talking about, 90 Ks or 90 MPGs?
We're not talking about Murta. Helm, he's midway through his run-up. Quicker ball coming up now, watch. He's in, bowls, and this ball is onto middle and leg and eased for a single into the offside by Crane, just backing away to that one as the ball followed him slightly. End of the innings. Crane has 5 from 5, a 3D. None from 2 as they ran that by through to the keeper. 141 for 9 Hampshire. It could have been a lot worse, but obviously it could have been a lot better as well.
It certainly could. Do you want to take a break?
Yeah.
Have a break. Yeah, have a break, Kev. Kevin Hand will be back at the start of the Middlesex innings. We're going to take you through the next 10 minutes or so here on the BBC Sport website, and also via the live feed. I'm going to come this side, Emily, so you're just going to lose me for a couple of seconds. That's it, I'm back. And just to remind you then, 141 for 9 Hampshire finishing off their 20 overs, having won the toss and elected to bat first. The top scorers in the Hampshire innings, Sam Northeast with 31 off 28 balls. Ian Holland and Tom Alsop both finished with a pair of 25s. Alsop's slightly slower. Slightly slower. 22 balls for his 25, and Ian Holland in the middle order, 20 balls for his 25. Ryan Stevenson with a little cameo down the order with 15 off 9. And for Middlesex, Walla Lawita, 3 for 19, the left arm spinner off his 4 overs. There was also 3 wickets for leg spinner Nathan Souter, 3 for 30, and 2 for 25 from 4 overs from leg spinner Luke Holman. Liam Dawson's here in a moment, so we'll get his thoughts in a moment. But Emily, overall, I mean, I'm just looking down the Hampshire scorecard. I mentioned the totals, but there wasn't any big partnerships either, was there?
No, and I think quite a lot of the Hampshire batsmen just got starts but didn't go on, and I think it's so important that you have that one person really that gets that 50-plus score. So I think Hampshire and the batters as individuals will be disappointed of that, because I felt some of them just started to hit their strides and then gave their wicket away. So yeah, I think the batters will be disappointed in that, but I think we did well in the end really to get up to that 140 mark to give the bowlers something to bowl at.
Yeah, the score was 68 for 2 after 10 overs. So Hampshire 70 odd in the last 10 or so. There was a bit of a late flurry which sort of helped, didn't it?
Yeah, there was, and I think Middlesex just picked up wickets at the right points throughout the innings, didn't let Hampshire get any partnerships and get away. So Middlesex really were in control that whole batting innings for Hampshire, and I think it's really been a tale of how Hampshire have played in this competition. No one really gone on and held an innings together, so credit to Middlesex really.
Yeah, I'm just looking. I'm looking at the partnerships, and I can just about pick out one. 32 for the second wicket between Alsop and Northeast. Northeast played quite nice, as I mentioned earlier, for his 31. But you know, 32 partnership. It's, as we say, it's not really getting going, is it? Really. In fact, once you get to 30, that's when you're hoping that a partnership sort of goes on, and then you can start to really attack a decent total. Just looking at the bowling figures for Middlesex, Emily, the 2 leg spinners sharing 5 wickets, Souter and Holman, and Walla Lawita, the left arm spinner, with 3. So they picked up 8 wickets between them. Is it turning that much out there, really?
I don't think it's turning that much. I think they just bowled good areas, and it's a massive playing surface today, and I think Hampshire were just trying to find that boundary option and couldn't quite get it. I think a lot of the wickets were Hampshire swinging across the line, either playing sweep shots or holing out to sort of that long on area. So I just think Middlesex bowled well and tactically well on a big playing surface, and we know spin works here because usually Dawson and Crane have that really key partnership with in the bowling attack for Hampshire in previous years in sort of middle overs. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a bit of Felix Organ today. I can see him warming up to our left as an extra spin option for Hampshire.
And also warming up is James Fuller. We haven't seen him bowl for Hampshire, and well, you may remember that I think it was 2 years ago here. I'm just going to double check my notes before I actually come out with this stat. Yeah, it was 2 years ago when Hampshire beat Middlesex here by 21 runs, defending 184. Fuller picked up 6 for 28 for Middlesex. And here he is 2 years later, and he's hardly getting a bowl for Hampshire in this competition.
I always think with Fuller, especially with the ball, you almost don't know what you're going to get. He either bowls you that match-winning performance, and I can remember earlier in the year in the championship he got that hat-trick which changed the game, or he can be quite expensive. So I don't think he's a bad option in this game. That there's nothing on it for either side. So I think actually I don't think it would be a bad thing for Hampshire to let Fuller have a bowl here.
Let's just have a look at the other games going on in the South Group this afternoon. Of course, this is the last afternoon of the English domestic men's season. The last, well, it actually isn't, is it? It's the last afternoon of the regular season, I should say, actually, because of course there's quarterfinals and there's the Bob Willis Trophy final next week, weather permitting, of course, and finals day as well. So it's the last day of the regular season, so it'll be the last day for a lot of counties. It certainly is for Hampshire, and it will be for Middlesex as well. In the South Group, the top two are playing this afternoon. Surrey, who are top, Kent, who sit in second place. Kent batting first in that game, and they reached 159 for 8 off their 20 overs. Sam Billings top scorer in there. He's in a good run of form, isn't he, Sam Billings? He made 50, and Zach Crawley just 21 of 22 balls, so he was blocking it there, Zach Crawley. Yeah, Surrey will need 160 to win that game. That's it being played at the Oval, and Sussex, who sit in third place, will at least be looking to qualify in third. If not, I think they can get into second if things go well this afternoon for them. Essex, coming to the end of their 20 overs, are 134 for 8. And the standout performance there for Essex is Paul Walter, the left-hander, coming in the middle order. He's 76 not out, and that's so far come off 44 balls, but there is still 3 balls left of the Essex innings to go. Here, just to remind you, Hampshire 141 for 9, batting first. Top scorer Sam Northeast with 31, and Ian Holland with 25. There was definitely, the running between the wickets was better today, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, I do think there was a lot of positives really to take out of the innings. The score doesn't reflect it, but I felt the players came out there and were positive, which you like to see in T20 cricket. They weren't playing in their shells, and some really good cameos. It would have just been nice to see that, even if it was that one player go on and raise their bat, get a half century, which we haven't seen much in this competition for Hampshire batters. But there definitely was some positives to take out of it. As you said, running well. I thought Ian Holland was very tactical, using this long side and finding quite a lot of twos. But again, starts and not going on.
But it is a good wicket, isn't it? I think that's a bit of a worry from a Hampshire point of view, that there's a bit of pace in the wicket, so it's coming on reasonably well, isn't it, really? There doesn't seem, as you said, doesn't seem to be a lot of spin, if any, really, out there. It's Hampshire boys were tending to play across the line a bit, trying to work the ball on the leg side, a few LBWs, a few bolds with the sort of sweep shots coming out there as well. It's not like you know, you're playing on a tied wicket, a bit like you guys did against Sunrisers, the Vipers, didn't you? A wicket sort of 2 to the right as we look at the moment, where the ball's sort of holding into the surface. It's not a wicket like that. No,
but I do think 140 is something for Hampshire to bowl at. If they pick up a few quick wickets and have a good power play, pick 3 or 4 wickets, then as Kev said earlier, that they've gone with a bowler heavy Middlesex, so Hampshire will have a chance if they pick up wickets. But that is the key in T20 cricket. To stem the run flow, you've got to pick up regular wickets, which is what Middlesex did to Hampshire.
So Chris Wood will open, we guess, with his left arm seamers. That's pretty much a gimme these days, isn't it? I see James Vince is doing quite a bit of warming up with the ball, just to the left of the square as we look, bowling to the bowling coach Alfonso Thomas. That would suggest that we might see a bit of him.
Shaheen Afridi, obviously.
Well, I'd hope so.
Will open the bowling, surely.
Yeah. Of course, I forgot about him, Chris Wood and Shaheen.
Yeah, and then we've seen a lot of bowlers warming up, haven't we? But I don't think Hampshire have got anything to lose today, really. See if there is a bowler that steps up. Felix Organ had a bowl, so he'd probably be that second spinner to Mason Crane. And there's no doubt that Mason Crane's going to be key again, as he is in those middle overs. But the issue is when you've got a score like 140, they can afford to not go after Crane, which doesn't make him as dangerous if they can. They just aim to rotate the strike from him, and then they don't have to play any high risk shots.
But is there value in bowling Vince? I mean, he's still bowling on the side of the wicket. Now, that would suggest they're pretty serious about him bowling. And I don't know, he only bowled the one over against Surrey here 2 days ago. But that would suggest that they're pretty serious about him bowling a decent spell.
Yeah, I think when he bowled in the game previously, when me and Dawson were on air, I think Vince feels like he can be an option as a bowler in white ball cricket, sort of bowling medium paces. So, I mean, there's no harm, I don't think, in giving him a try. And he's another bowling option for Hampshire. And I think if you need wickets, changing up who's bowling can work. If someone's on a roll, you keep them going. But to have those options isn't a bad thing. And I guess we'll see if James Vince does come into the attack.
Well, he's had a long conversation as well after his bowling. Long conversation to Alfonso Thomas. So if they weren't talking about his bowling, they're obviously talking about tactics, or obviously trying to work out how to plan for this Middlesex reply. This is a big game in a way for Hampshire. I know Liam was saying when we were chatting actually before the start of the game that it's the last game of the season, and Liam saying, well, it doesn't matter whether Hampshire win. He didn't say it like that, but he's basically intimating that just because you finish off the last game of the season with a win doesn't really help you going forward, you know, with a long winter. But I don't know, Hampshire are trying to stave off losing their 6th consecutive game in this competition. Some of the defeats have been heavy. I would have thought in a way just to prove something to themselves. I think it is reasonably important, isn't it?
Yeah, and to the fans. I think obviously the Hampshire fans haven't been able to be here and watch, but I know there's a lot of people that have followed it via the live stream or on scorecards and stuff. I think to the fans it would be really nice for them to come away with a win. Yes, it may not mean anything going into next year. Of course it doesn't. There's a lot of months. Form in this game's not going to carry to next year, absolutely not. But actually to prove to themselves and value for them their place in the team, as well as obviously to the fans, I think it is really important. Hampshire go out hard and do try and get a win here.
Just very quickly, as the two umpires are making their way out into the middle, it's almost as if with this T20 tournament sort of tagged on the end, well, apart from sort of one Bob Willis game, that, you know, almost the good work that Hampshire built up in the Bob Willis Trophy. They won 2 out of 5 matches, which, you know, wasn't a bad return for a side that was missing a lot of players. It almost feels as though that sort of positivity is almost lost now. Yeah,
I do, but I do think, even though it was a condensed season at the end, Hampshire have got to look at it in 2 halves. I think in that Bob Willis Trophy, I think Hampshire had some exceptional performances and some real positives to take out of it. So I think, yes, the T20 competition has been really, really disappointing for Hampshire, and that will be that. But I do think there are some positives definitely to take out of that Bob Willis Trophy, and I'm sure they will. And I think in time, hopefully, fans can look at that and reflect on a season of 2 halves.
Thank you very much, Emily. Have a little break. Emily Windsor, the Southern Vipers batswoman. She's banging form, that's for sure. After a 47 not out yesterday at the Oval, helping the Vipers to a 6th straight victory in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy competition. And they were always going to finish top of the group. Liam, do you want to come? Do you want to use that mic, Liam? Do you want to? I'm just trying to make it easy for you because then you haven't got to move around too much on your. Well, you're still on your crutches, but it looks like you're not far off from getting off. Now, we're underway here, as that's immediately turned down to 3rd man by Stevie Eskenazi, who moves on to 398 runs in this year's competition. Remember, Middlesex are chasing 142 for victory. They're underway. Liam. Have you seen much in the first innings?
I haven't seen a huge amount because the treatment room was covered by a sight screen, so I can't really comment much on the first innings. But you know, looking at the score 140, it does seem a little bit under par.
Yeah, there's Wood then. He's bowling to Davies, Jack Davies, the left-hander who works that into the covers, but there is no run there. I thought you were going to say the treatment room was busy. Otherwise, of course, it shouldn't be because of COVID situation. But usually, when you hear somebody mention about treatment room, there's usually loads of players in there. But obviously, it's not these days. But yeah, it's. I mean, to be fair, and you'll probably know from the chat around there that the innings sort of lost regular wickets, didn't it? Really, no big partnerships and. Nobody really got going as Wood comes in from the hotel end. Davies works that cleverly down to third man, fielded by Shaheen Afridi, 2 without loss Middlesex.
Yeah, that's been the story of the whole season, isn't it? In this format of the game, losing wickets in clusters, not many partnerships. So, you know the same old for Hampshire. But I like this move from James Vince. He's gone to Chris Wood for the first over. He was hugely successful last summer for us. I think it was actually the leading opening bowler in the world, the amount of wickets that he got in the first over, so it's good to see a change of tactics there. You're
right, actually, yeah, there was one of those stats a little while ago, wasn't it? That's driven out into the covers, full of throws at the bowler's end, and my word, who's that backing up? Is that, that's Felix Organ. God, I tell
Brilliant from Felix, wasn't it? I mean,
wasn't it just?
Fuller's rocketed the throw, and Felix has had to charge to his left, and he's made a brilliant diving stop, because I think Chris Wood could have been a bit of a teapot there.
Yeah, he wouldn't have enjoyed that. I think you're right, I saw that stat a little while ago that... yes, in the first overs of T20 cricket, he's taken the most wickets. Here he is then, bowling to Eskenazi, who's edged past a diving Allsop, although he got a glove on it. Good effort. First slip would have taken that, no problem, you would have thought. But Allsop, who's behind the stumps for the first time this season, good effort from him.
Yeah, not a bad effort. I mean, they either stick or they don't, do they? It's gone very quick. But again, Chris Wood showing his... his experience with a new ball and that skill of taking potential wickets in the first over. He's got very close to another one there.
Certainly has. If he'd had a first slip in, I think it would have been right. Although watching it on the replay, I think it was almost near second slip. 3 without loss. Davies is back on strike. Wood bowls. He's trying to pull that away on the leg side. It's outside off. It's gone through to Allsop. End of the over. So Wood goes for 3. Eskenazi has 2 and Davies has 1. So 142. The target.
Looking like Felix Organ going to open the bowling from the pavilion end. He bowled well the other day, Felix.
Yes.
Lovely shape on the ball, so
he did.
It's good that the captain's backing him to bowl the tough overs, especially the second over. And also holding Shaheen Afridi back as well. He probably hasn't got as much swing with a new ball as he'd have liked this competition, so I think James obviously showing faith in his off-spinner here.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because Walla Luita, you may not have seen, but actually bowled exceptionally well in the power play. A bit like a Danny Briggs, bowling it full, difficult to get away. Now, I'm just wondering if Organ is going to sort of use the same tactics. I don't think he's that type of bowler.
No, I think he's probably a little bit the other way. He's more sort of tries to do people in the air and off the pitch as opposed to go under the bat. So different type of bowler, and he's obviously bowling from the ideal end, hitting out to the big leg side boundary. So he'll be trying to get a couple of wickets here.
So he's round the wickets to Eskenazi. Eskenazi pulls that away on the leg side along the ground, goes out to Fuller at deep square leg, and Middlesex move on to 4 without loss. Yes, it was uncanny the way Walla Luita was just using the same tactics Danny Briggs has done for many years and continues to do at Sussex and continues to bowl in power plays.
I think it just shows, though, finger spin, you obviously don't have the mystery that these wrist spinners have, and wrist spinners are the way to go forward in T20 cricket, but you can certainly survive as a finger spinner in this format of the game if you have a good cricket brain, if you try and read what the batsman's going to do and trying to be one step ahead, because there's certainly a future in it for finger spin.
Yeah. Glad you said that, because you are a finger spinner. Here's Organ. He's bowling to the left-hander Jack Davies, and Jack Davies goes for the reverse sweep, and they're asking for an LBW decision, and Davies has gone. He goes for 1, and Middlesex are 4 for 1, and we've seen a few LBWs in this game. We've seen a few bowls in this game with players playing across the line.
Yeah, good bowling from Felix, isn't it? I mean, as a spinner, you always want to be hitting the stumps, and Felix has done that. Probably not a great shot, that reverse sweep. He's got point, and he's got 2 points in a wider cover there, so he's got to hit it over the man. Percentage shot would have been probably looked to go to the leg side with a smaller boundary, but as I say, good bowling from Felix Organ, hitting the stumps and bringing all modes of dismissal in.
A couple of LBWs in the Hampshire innings, and that's the first one in the Middlesex innings. So Davies goes, and Organ picks up an important wicket. He's still in early days of his T20 career. Is Felix Organ. I think he's off the top of my head, without actually looking, it's his third one of this season. I'm just looking now, actually. I think it's only his third game in this season's competition. He's done well.
He's bowled very nicely all summer, even in the 4-day games as well. So it's good signs for Hampshire. He'd be a positive, wouldn't he, out of this season?
Yes.
I mean, with the ball, he's done a great job for us.
Certainly has, 4-day and 1-day as well. Here he is bowling to Cracknell, new batsman for Middlesex, who drives but only picks out Holland in the covers. 20-year-old Joe Cracknell from Enfield, my part of the world.
Lovely. I haven't come across Joe before, so that'd be nice to see how he bats.
So yeah, spent many a year living in Enfield in North London. Here comes Organ again, and Cracknell's on the back foot, works out on the onside, no run.
Strange, isn't it? The final game of the year doesn't feel like it at all. Feels like there's 3 months left of the season.
I know. Is it quite a weird feeling down there in the dressing room and sort of around there? Here's Organ bowls, and Cracknell pushes that out again to Holland in the covers.
Yeah, I think you get to an end of the season this time, and normally, and there's been so much cricket played, and lads are tired and bowlers are sore, and they're sort of looking forward to the end of the season. But lads are, they haven't played much cricket and want to carry on playing.
Yeah, just getting into his strides, really, I guess. But the games have come thick and fast. That's driven hard to Vince, who throws it equally as hard back to Alsop, who's behind the stumps. Hampshire's third keeper in as many games. 4 for 1, 2 overs gone.
That's an excellent start, isn't it, from Felix Organ? James Vince, the captain, bowling in the second over. Not always the easiest over to bowl, and he's been brilliant. He's hit the stumps every ball, and he's got that wicket for the captain, which is a big wicket for Hampshire.
Yeah, it certainly is. And Chris Wood is going to continue from the hotel end. His first over went for 3, and he's going to be bowling to Stevie Eskenazi, who's on 3, and he's just brought up his 400th run in this year's competition, highest run scorer.
Excellent competition. He's in some good form, and he'll want to finish the season off strongly.
Yep. Here he comes then, as Wood comes in from that hotel end, and Eskenazi gets a good length ball. He called through for a quick single as Northeast throws at the bowler's end, but they're home. 5 for 1.
The best bowlers on show have been the spinners, haven't they, so far?
Yeah.
Wallawita, Holman and Salter picked up 8 wickets, was it, between them? Okay. And then obviously Felix Organ now, so just shows that we've talked about in previous games that spin is such a huge part of a team's armour when they do come here.
And we were just saying that there's not a lot of spin out there.
No, I think the size of the boundaries help them. I think as a batter, you know that if you don't get it right, you're going to be caught or you're going to be out.
Wood to Cracknell. Cracknell works that straight to Northeast at backward point. This is a point I brought up earlier, Dawson, and I'd love your opinion on this, is that we generally know that the Hampshire batsmen aren't in great nick, and that's fair enough. It happens. I mean, it happens, things like that. When or if you think that Middlesex are going to play a few spinners, would you have wanted big boundaries? Might you have sort of thought that that's another drive, but this time out to point, fielded by Fuller. Might you have thought, well, actually, the way our guys are playing, on the whole, we're going to be facing a fair few overs of spin. We'll bring the boundaries in 3 or 4 yards. It's
certainly been discussed. I know last summer we played on huge boundaries, and pitches were actually really poor, to be fair. They were lovely to bowl on from a spinner's point of view, but batting was really tough, and the boundaries were so big. It was quite tedious as a batsman to score runs here. But it's certainly been talked about. And I personally feel that we, at our full strength, we have spinners that can, as Chris Wood comes into bowl, cut away for 4. Good shot that from Cracknell, and that's 4 runs. But yeah, I do feel that potentially that we should bring the boundary in a little bit to give our batsmen more of a chance, because I feel that our spinners are good enough to bowl on smaller size boundaries.
That's interesting. I mean, as a generalisation then, would you, if a team's batters were out of form, bring the boundaries in, as opposed to, if they're in good form, push them out? As a general thought, I mean, I know there are individual games that you would think differently, but would you consider that to be a general rule of thumb? Always playing a missing outside the off stump, bit of extra bounce there from Wood. Is that or is that too general?
No, I think there's certainly scope to it. I think with the way the game's going, you shouldn't have just a set amount of boundaries. This is Southampton. We play on big boundaries, but I do agree that boundaries should change on who you're playing. You know, if you're going to play the West Indies here, you want to play on the biggest size boundaries that you can. You know, so I think it certainly should go like that.
Yeah. Wood in the game then, and bowls it short, and Cracknell pulls that away. It's in the air, but safe, and it's over 45 on the leg side, and it's gone for 4.
Yeah, no, I do think that is a way to go. I think teams probably try and do the same thing all the time because that's the way it is and that's the way it's been over years. But I think as you know, as T20 cricket sort of gets better and better, I think you will certainly see teams changing their tactics more consistently and bringing boundaries in and making them bigger, which I think is only right.
So is that an area where perhaps that's lagging behind? Because there's a lot of thought goes in other areas. I mean, the stats, I mean, are just ridiculous, aren't they? And how you pick players, don't you, sometimes? Is that one area that's maybe behind a bit?
I think sometimes players and coaches worry that if you change too much, you know, things, you know, can go wrong. But I think the way the game is, you certainly have to change and you have to move with times. And here, I think that's something we should certainly look at.
It's Organ to bowl to Eskenazi. Middlesex are 13 for 1 here as Organ bowls. It's on the line of middle and leg, and Eskenazi works that away on the onside. Vince comes round from mid-on, and that'll be a single, 14 for 1.
Glamorgan did it to us last year at Cardiff. You know, Cardiff's a small ground as it is, and they knew they were going to play 3 spinners, and they brought the boundaries in, and it was very, very tough to play 3 spinners. But you know, tactically from them, it was a great option. Yeah.
I remember a game here, Liam, and I don't know if you can remember it, as Organ bowls, it's in the air, and it's caught at backward point. Super catch. Who's taken that?
I think it was Joe Weatherly at point.
I think it is, yes. Diving low to his left. Cracknell goes for 8, and Middlesex have lost their 2nd wicket now with a score on 14.
Yeah, excellent piece of fielding that from Joe Weatherly, diving in front of him, slightly to his left, and Felix Organ has got another wicket. He's bowled 1.2 overs, 2 for 2, so an excellent start from the off spinner, and James Vince will be over the moon.
He certainly will. Just to go back to that point, there was a game here a few years ago against Sussex.
Sussex,
here.
yeah.
Yes, do you remember? And they came and they saw the size of the boundaries, i.e. small, weren't they? Really, I mean, over the top small.
I actually got told I was playing the day before, and I got to the ground and the boundaries were tiny, and then I suddenly missed out, so I wasn't very happy.
Is that right?
Yeah.
But I remember sort of arriving myself and looking at them thinking, oh, gosh, are they in the wrong place? And they did, didn't they? They turned up Sussex and they went, oh!
Yeah. No, definitely. It's certainly a way to go.
Yeah. So well done to Felix Organ. His 2nd wicket had Jack Davis LBW for 1, and now Cracknell caught at point by Weatherly for 8, and the new batsman for Middlesex is Nathan Souter, who had a good afternoon with the ball earlier, picking up 3 for 30 from his
interesting move. Yeah, Souter coming in number 4. I mean, is he coming in to pinch it or knock it round? I'm not really sure. Never known him bat this high.
No, I don't. I must admit, I looked up and I thought, really? Okay, fair enough. I mean, maybe when Kevin Hand's back later, he can explain that one for us. But he's in, and he's facing Felix Organ, who's staying round the wicket and bowls. It's on the line of leg stump. He's trying to work that on the onside, but misses. It clatters into his pads, and the score remains on 14 for 2. And we're in the 4th over, halfway through the 4th over here. 128 needed by Middlesex at the moment, as Organ bowls, and that's pushed into the gap in the covers, but that'll be a single as Holland picks it up. 17 for 2.
Do you bowl Felix Organ a 3rd in the power play? Always dangerous, but it's worth the punt. I think he's got 2 wickets and he's bowling beautifully. Do
you think so? Because Middlesex have lost 2 wickets early on, it's worth another one?
I do. I think, especially to this size boundary as well, it's such a big hit.
It is, isn't it? Bowls again, and that's on the line of leg stump, and Eskenazi works that behind square on the leg side. Fuller comes in, cap falls off as he does so.
If he bowls his best ball, which is going to be, you know, middle and leg stump into the pitch a little bit, you know, he's earned the right now to try and get another wicket or 2. So if the batsmen do want to take a risk and lose another wicket, Hampshire are hugely on top.
It's going to take a huge hit to clear that road. We haven't seen it yet, have we, this side? No, he's just pushing forward there, inside edge onto his pad of Souter. And that's another good over for Felix Organ. He's bowled 2 overs, 2 for 4.
Excellent. I mean, from the finger spinner to do that in the power play and bowl the tough overs, he's doing a fantastic job for his captain, James Vince. And I think, looks like, is it Shine Afridi from the hotel end? Yeah, it is. He'll be due a couple of wickets, won't he, before he gets on that flight tomorrow.
Is he on the plane tomorrow, is he?
Yeah, he goes home tomorrow, so he might bowl a bit quicker today, knowing he's going home.
Well, it'd be nice to watch, that's for sure. Felix Organ's only playing his 3rd T20 game, by the way, so still pretty raw at this level, and as Liam Dawson mentions, Shaheen Afridi's only picked up 1 wicket. Ironically, that was against Middlesex at Lords. So, well, I guess another 1 will settle for, but he's bowled better than that. That's for sure. Stats don't always tell everything. So Afridi will be bowling to Stevie Eskenazi, who was on 6 from 7, Souter 1 from 3. Davies out for 1, Cracknell out for 8. 4 and 14, the 2 wickets falling on. Afridi's going to be round the wicket from the hotel end then. Left arm, pace, and it's on the line of leg stump, and that's neatly tucked away square on the leg side by Eskenazi for a single, 17 for 2.
Be interesting to know Kev's thoughts on why Souter, when he comes on air, that he's coming at number 4. I mean, I'm not sure he's done it in the competition.
No, I agree.
I think you know, associate Souter with not really a big hitter, sort of hits it in funny areas, but when you're only chasing 140, you surely want your best batters to go out there and chase them down.
I agree. I might bring Kevin in actually after this over. If you're doing another 5 after that, is that all right? And then you can explain that really, because, well, it's still fresh in our minds. Here's Afridi. He's over the wicket this time, and that's worked away behind a diving Sam Northeast at backward point, and Mason Crane can't get there at third man, and that's gone for 4. A bit of extra pace there, isn't it?
Extra pace, and that's, I know when you play against South, that's exactly what he does. You know, behind point, he's very strong, and that's the area that he's going to look to score. So, Shine Afridi, I'd like to see him come round the wicket. We spoke about it the other day. The ball's not swinging. Come round the wicket, so it doesn't give Souter that much angle to hit the ball through point.
We may have touched on it before, so just remind me, why do you think Afridi's not swinging the ball that much these days?
I honestly don't know. He hasn't swung the new ball, has he? So it's, I guess, yeah, I haven't got an answer to that.
No, here comes Afridi. Bowls, and that's full. Good Yorker, and that's just dug out by Souter to point. Fuller's quickly in.
One thing I've noticed throughout the whole competition, he's bowled extremely full. He's been quite reluctant to bowl, you know, sort of back of a length and a few bounces at his pace. So it's interesting why he's doing that. Personally, I'd like to have seen him go a little bit shorter when the ball isn't swinging at his pace. So yeah, it's an interesting one.
Yeah. Here he comes then. What length's this one going to be? Bowling to Souter once more. 21 for 2. That's another full toss. Well, it's the low full toss attempted Yorker. Only played back to the bowler.
Yeah, he's going again, looking good. Very full, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he's an experienced bowler, so I'm sure that he knows what he's doing. He's probably had a chat to his captain, and they've agreed on what the plan is.
So, what, I mean, in that way, is he sort of lessening the chance of him taking a wicket, or is this purely defensive, do you think?
I'm not 100% sure. I'd like to see him bowl a bit shorter and you know, rush the batsman.
That's fullish, and that's not timed at all by Souter, who's trying to work that on the onside. It did, but didn't really have any venom in the shot. Goes to Organ at mid-wicket. Unless
he's thinking at the pace he's bowling, if he bowls a perfect Yorker, he's going to get an LBW or a bowled. But I think you can use that ball as a surprise ball. You don't have to use it sort of every ball. At the pace he bowls, you can sort of bang a hard length, back of a length, and then you can use that Yorker as a surprise ball as your wicket ball. Yeah, he hasn't bowled many sort of, I know you can't bowl bouncers in this as such, but he hasn't done too many of those, has he, really, thinking about it? Here he is then, last ball of this over. That's full, and it's driven out to point, and Fuller's quickly in there. So certainly cramping Souter for room, and only 5 runs off it, 21 for 2. Yeah, it's a pretty good over, and that means only 5 runs off it. Middlesex, I say 21 for 2, and up against it a little bit here. Felix Organ looks like he's going to bowl his 3rd over in the power play. So he's doing a great job at the minute for his captain. He's got 2 for 4 off his 2 overs. Liam Dawson's going to stay on, and then Kevin Hand is going to come on and hopefully explain to us why Nathan Souter is batting so high. Seeing Felix Organ at top of his mark. He's got a deep square leg and a deep mid wicket to the long side. Bowling to Steve Eskenazi, who's on 7 off 8 balls. As Organ comes into Eskenazi, back of a length. Oh, that could be an LBW. That looks very close. Wow.
Can you see the screen from there? Do you know what? I was still plugging in at that point, so I only looked up at the wrong moment. But we'll see the replay now. I mean, this backs up the Hampshire Idiots, doesn't it? That obviously it's not a big scoring track, and close, but they won't show us again now, will they? They might get a replay again on that, will we know? Here comes Organ. This is pushed back to mid on, just missing with the throw. It would have been tight, wouldn't it? Souter has a single to move to 6. 23 for 2 Middlesex.
Any idea why Souter would have come in at number 4?
Well, they sent Harris in at 4 the other day, which really surprised us. It is a youthful batting lineup, as this is swept hard by Eskenazi. 4-4 back on the square on the leg side. Eskenazi's on to 11, 27 for 2. There's just a lot of mix-up going on at Middlesex at the moment, I think, to settle on next year. The batting lineup has changed every single match for the last 5 or 6 matches. Seriously changed. Simpson's been up and down. Anderson has been up at 3. Cracknell's come in. Davis has gone up to open in this one. So there's been a lot of change-ups with an eye on next season. As around the wicket comes Organ again, and this ball's eased back up the track by Eskenazi.
I can understand doing it for, for batters, but I mean for someone who doesn't really, usually bat in the top 7, it's a very strange move, in my opinion.
And Harris obviously in the last match at Hove, as this ball's short and Eskenazi pulls it through mid-wicket for 4. There is a fielder in the deep, but he pulled it straight off him, and Eskenazi's on to 15. Yeah, when Harris went up, it surprised a lot of us. I think they were looking to use that. They were looking to Harris to target the short boundary on that one, so it was almost a pinch hitter roll. And that's the thing here with Souter coming out. You think, well, should he have come out at 3 if he was going to come out with that kind of roll?
As a pinch hitter though, probably wouldn't.
Here's Organ, lots of flight on this. It's driven to extra cover by Eskenazi, and there's no run. No. The other thing is they are heavily balanced in terms of bowlers. Right. Walla Luis is coming in very hard. High, according to the card, so it's Anderson, Simpson, Holman, then Walla Luisa, Helm, Finn and Murtagh with Souter in that. I think it makes a very, very, very long tail.
So they might be trying to lengthen their batting lineup.
I think with Harris and with Souter, that possibly that's in the thought process as well. But I like it. I like the because Holman is a really good batsman. I can't remember if he came off with the bat against Hampshire at all at Lords. He's got.
I don't think he played.
Did he not play that one?
I think he went in
that
warm
was
up
when
in
Murtagh
injury,
came
wasn't
back,
he? Yeah.
Which got Murtagh back in the side at the last minute. Yeah.
He's done well. I've seen the stats. He's got runs. He's got wickets. So he's obviously a good find for Middlesex.
Oh, sorry, I thought you meant Murtagh. Yeah, it's Freedy around the wicket, bowled short down the leg side. No wide is signalled by the umpire. Souter trying to play at that one, but inside the line of it. Holman's been a superb find, and Cracknell as well. He hit 50 off 20. He hit a hole in the wall above the scorer's box below Old Father Time off Overton in the Surrey match. He hit him for a big 4. It was a big 4, a hard 4. Then the next ball just thumped it onto the top of the scorer's box, and there was a big hole in the wall that led up to Old Father Time, which is pretty high up as Afridi around the wicket bowls, and Souter pushes to extra cover, underarm throw, rolled and stumps, it misses.
Had all the time in the world there, didn't he?
Yeah.
Extra cover, could almost walk to the stumps and took the bails off. But it's obviously easy set up here. You obviously have a lot more time up here. No, that should have been a run out for Hampshire from Joe Weatherly.
I was just looking to see if we got a replay on that one. It didn't come up just yet. Souter will feel under pressure there. Harris scored 5 from 10 coming in at 4 the other day. Souter's now on 7 from 10. But then it's a different game, this one. The chase is modest as Afridi bowls, and Eskenazi eases down to 3rd man, running the first hard, but it'll just be 1. He's on to 16.
It's a good bit of fielding from Mason Crane. Had to run 20 yards to his right there. Could have been a 2, but he read the game very well and managed to keep it to 1.
34 for 2 in the 7th. Liam Dawson alongside myself, Kevin Hand.
How would you sum up Middlesex's season in this competition?
Well, actually decent but given Middlesex's history in T20, which hasn't been great. As Afridi comes around the wicket, 3rd ball of the over, and Souter cuts him down to 3rd man for a single, 35 for 2. When I was asking Stephen Finn about it the other night, he said, I said to him that Middlesex were competitive in every game, and he said, yeah, we felt that really we could and should have won all apart from the Surrey game. They got too many runs. But other than that, and I think, the Sussex game again, the 19th over went wrong for Finn. He conceded 22 off it, and Helm only had 3 to defend off the final over. Then naturally with Garton and Thomason, the 2 batsmen at the time, 25 off 2 with Finn and Helm to bowl. Middlesex were heavy favourites. Here's Afridi bowls him. Eskenazi is gone, looking to run it. Off stump is struck just the outside of, and Eskenazi's gone for 16, 35 for 3.
Yeah, it's a brilliant piece of bowling, isn't it? We're talking with Jamo that he's bowled very full in this competition before. And a good thing about this over, I think in this over he bowled a bouncer, I think, to Souter. So, they knew that he's got a bouncer in him, and he's followed a few balls later on with a very quick York, and that's excellent bowling from Shine Afridi.
Yeah, Eskenazi was looking for third man again, the way that he was bringing the bat down, wasn't he? But
He was.
so Afridi's 2 wickets in this year's competition have both come against Middlesex. I'm going to check to see if Eskenazi was the other one at Lords.
Signing for next year now.
Yeah, only for the Middlesex games. But he was very impressive in the game at Lords, if I remember.
Yeah, he obviously hasn't picked up the wickets that he'd have liked, but I mean, he's bowled some tough overs. He's bowled a lot at the end for us, and he's done a decent job. You know, hasn't got the wickets that everybody wants him to get, but you know, he's tried hard every game and he's given it his all after a long summer, obviously being away from home for 3.5 months.
Anderson, he bowled Anderson at Lords. Shaheen Afridi. Anderson was bowled for 12 and he returned 1 for 31 off 4 that day. He went well, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he's a world-class bowler, isn't he? I mean, you know, he's very highly thought of in Pakistan and in Test cricket and white ball cricket for them. And he's you know, he's been a good find for us, but not all the time you can perform when you go to a new team. But as I said, he's tried his heart out every game.
John Simpson's the new batsman, and that means Martin Anderson will come in next at 6, Holman at 7. So yeah, a bit of a change up for Middlesex, but Wallaluita, Helm, Finn and Murta, like I say, it's a bit of a tale.
No, it is. I think Hampshire will know that as well. You know, 1 more wicket, they get Simpson out here, and you know, they're into the bowlers and the all-rounders, and they've still got Mason Crane to come on. You know, he'll be coming on very soon. Obviously, a very good leg spinner in this format of the game, spins it both ways, so he'll be a challenge.
Here's Shaheen Afridi to John Simpson. Left-hander awaits as left arm over the wicket. The bowler's in now, hits the crease, and it's full.
That could be out.
It's going to be very close, not out. Yorker, which it looked as though Simpson missed, and it was only off the toes into the offside. Have you got a decent angle on that there? I don't know if I can shift the screen at all for you. That looked as plumb as you like from up here. Have a look at the replay now.
Looks close. You can't really see because the umpire's in the way.
Yeah, his head's at the wrong spot.
If anything,
the angle.
It could be sliding down leg side, depending on what leg it hit him on. If it hit him on his front leg, he's probably out. But I mean, not really sure. Can't really see properly there.
Yeah. Here goes.
Quick though.
It was great first ball, wasn't it? Simpson will be relieved. Shaheen Afridi's in. Bowls a bouncer. Simpson sways inside the line of it. Very, very well bowled.
No, it's extremely good bowling. It's a no ball. I don't mind that. I don't mind the intent there from Shaheen Afridi. New batter in. He's bowling. You know, he's saying to Simpson, if you want to try and pull me to the long side with 3 men out, then good luck it. You know, at nearly 90 miles an hour. It's brilliant bowling.
I don't think that's a free hit if it's on height, is it? Yeah, he taps his shoulder. It's not.
Can't remember if you can bowl 1 or 2 in this format. Over shoulder heights. I think 50 over cricket's definitely 2, isn't it? But I'm not sure about T20.
Yeah. Was it over shoulder height or was it over head height as a no ball? As here's Afridi bowls, and this is pushed back to mid-on for a single at 38 for 3. He definitely didn't signal a free hit, though. I watched the umpire from the moment he signalled the no ball, and there was no free hit signals.
It was a good over, and I mean, he bowled. It was hostile. It was quick. And that's exactly what his captain would have wanted. And it looks like Ryan Stevenson. He's going to come on from the pavilion end.
Yeah, so funny one for Middlesex. As I say, I mean, I can't wholly answer your question on Souter, other than it does kind of split the side up a little bit. Souter might feel he hasn't had much of a go this season. Holman's probably come in and outperformed him as a wrist spinner in the T20. Wallaluita probably outdid him in the Bobulus Trophy as well. In fact, the Hampshire match, Wallaluita was 3 for 30 before lunch on that final day, and Souter bowled after lunch, didn't he? But got thumped pretty quickly, and Hampshire were home.
I think you always face Souter and you find him, you know, especially in white ball cricket, that he's always sort of at you, sort of always a little bit of drifting, not a big turner of the leg spinner. Whereas Holman looks like he can spin it both ways at, you know, at a good pace.
Yeah, he does. Much taller bowler as well, isn't he, Holman? As here's Stevenson, right arm over, he bowls, and Simpson works a single wide of long leg, who somehow completely missed that down there, Afridi. He's looking at deep square, that it should have been deep squares, but it was always Afridi's, wasn't it?
I think that was Afridi's all day long. I think he was drifting there. Yeah, probably thinking about his over before and why the LBW wasn't given out. He was certainly drifting.
That was old school from the fast bowler, wasn't it?
Yeah,
I don't do the fielding.
That's a poor bit of awareness there from Shaheen Afridi.
Simpson's on to 3 from 4, 40 for 3. Simpson drops this ball into the offside, for dot ball, just playing defensively on the back foot.
Now that it's been a bit of a change in tactics as well. Mason Crane usually comes on, as soon as the power play's done, but James Vince is sort of holding him back at the minute. I think they've earned the right to do that as well, because Middlesex haven't really got away from Hampshire here, and they've sort of managed to get the rate up a little bit more, and Mason Crane will certainly be a threat when batsmen are starting to looking to go.
Stevenson, his third ball of his first over. It's short down the leg side, and that'll be a wide. Signal by the umpire, 41 for 3.
Yes, I mean, it's a tight, just looked a tight delivery that from Ryan Stevenson. Nothing on it really. I mean, wasn't a bouncer.
Was it slow ball?
No, I think it was a normal ball, it looked like. But yeah, not a great delivery, but obviously it's only a wide, so hopefully this next ball doesn't get punished.
Because Helm in this match, and has a few times this season, his slow ball does seem to go down the leg side on a few occasions. I think he bowled 7 in the game against Kent, 7 wides as this ball's dropped into the onside, leg by, signal by the umpire as mid-wicket comes down to collect, and Simpson remains on 3. Middlesex 42 for 3. 3 to go of Stevenson's first over. Yeah, so that was the match where Kent needed 5 to win. It was 418 runs, 209 apiece. Kent needed 5 to win off the final over. They scored 4 and 2 of them were leg buys. Really? So he only conceded 2 runs off that final over. But prior to that, he'd bowled seven wides, I think, on the day. As Stevenson's in, bowls and forward goes. Souser almost looking to shovel that on the drive, wasn't he, into the offside? You often think of the shovel into the onside, but
it's this field here. It sets up for the ball's going to be into the wicket. So I mean, as a batsman now, you'd be looking to sit back a little bit and sort of pulling cut, because I think the ball there, he probably got away with it. It was probably too full from where he wanted to bowl, but if you're Souter here, you'd be sitting right back.
8 from 12 for Souter, who looks to drive, plays on inside edge, and the middle stump is out of the ground. Just started to feel the pressure of his strike rate of 66. He's gone for 8 off 13. Middlesex are 42 for 4 in the 8th, and Stevenson strikes in his first over.
Yeah, I mean, looked like a little bit of an off-cutter, I think. Souter probably was naturally sitting a bit further back and expecting it to be shorter with a field set, so a little bit of a bluff from Stevenson there, and he's picked up a wicket.
Yep, well bowled him. The Souter experiment doesn't work the same as the Harris one didn't the other day. It does bring Martin Anderson out at number 6 for Middlesex, with Holman to come at 7. And then Wallaluita, Helm, Finn and Mercer. So there's not a lot of batting to come for Middlesex.
You'd say Hampshire on top now. I mean, Middlesex still 100 to win, which is a lot of runs. The wrist spinner in Crane's still not on. So yeah, it's going to be a tough job.
We're speculating on the reasons why South went up, the reason why Harris went up the other day. It's actually built a little bit of pressure. I think Harris did as well the other day, 5 off 10, South 8 off 13. It's actually, it's put one more wicket on the board. A proper batsman now comes out, Martin Anderson, and Holman again is a proper batsman. But having Souter and Helm to come there afterwards, I understand what they're thinking in a way, but I feel like it has just built a bit of pressure on Middlesex.
I found more so, I don't know if it was a pinch hitter, because it certainly wasn't a pinch hitting innings, but no. I mean, it's always difficult when you send people up that are not used to doing what they used to do, especially in T20 cricket, because you panic sometimes, you're a rabbit in the headlights, not sure when to go, when not to go, and you certainly do build pressure on your middle order. Stevenson
to Anderson, who drags a pull into the onside. It was almost tennis bat, wasn't it? A tennis racket, dragging it, slapping it down into the ground, into the onside for a single wide of mid-on. Gets him off the mark, first ball. 1 to come of the over. No, that's the end of the over. 43 for 4 as Anderson's off the mark. Simpson has 3, and Souter playing on 8. Souter, I remember he played a little cameo down at Cardiff on TV a few years back and produced some great shots, an uppercut 6. Really surprised everybody. And actually at Cardiff again in a championship match when they were pushing on towards a direct declaration, he hit a quick fire 50 as well down there. And I wonder if that was just on the mind that, I don't know, they were looking for something different in the middle order. They went for Harris, who is a strong man, isn't he, James Harris? But he is more of a flowing batsman in championship cricket than a big hitting one-day batsman, isn't he?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's obviously only Stuart Law and Nick Postus will know. So I mean, it'd be interesting to see their thoughts after the game of why they made that decision.
It is going to be Mason Crane into the attack from the hotel end.
He's been brilliant for Hampshire, this tournament. I think he's got 7 or 8 wickets, and he's been Hampshire's best bowler by far.
Not what Middlesex want to hear. Anderson's 1 from 1. Simpson's 3 from 6, and 99 more to win from 12 overs for Middlesex. In what's been a low-scoring game, slip in place for Anderson to build the pressure. Here is Crane, right arm over, he bowls, and has he got him? Goodness me, it's gone through everything to the keeper's gloves.
It's an excellent start. I mean, that's the exact ball that Mason Crane would have wanted to bowl. Puts his slip in and spins it past the outside edge. So it's an outstanding start from the wrist spinner.
Good luck, Middlesex. He's Crane in once more, he bowls, and Anderson's just using his feet slightly to that one, and he pushes it to extra cover. There's no run.
Yeah, I mean, this is why wrist spinners are so valuable in this format of the game. It creates such a doubt as a batter, knowing that it can spin both ways, and you know, if you have a good one, it's certainly an asset for your team.
He's in now. Bowles just drops a tad short, and that's cut to backward point by Anderson. There wasn't the width for him to really go through with a shot. Anderson, as I say, he's not really scored a run in the blast, but has played every match and been backed by the coach. He's scored a lot of runs in the, well, I say a lot of runs, scored some really good runs in the Bob Willis Trophy. Fine 80 at the end of the last season at Lancashire, as he drives now out to deep cover for a single. Anderson moves to 2 from 5.
And you can sense something's happening now. You know, Hampshire are bowling really well. There's not been any boundaries really, and you can sort of sense Hampshire's a lot of energy in the field. In Middlesex, you know, they're going to have to start making a play soon.
How big a play do you think they need to make? Because bearing in mind Anderson's form, Simpson's in great nick, Anderson's not.
I think with Crane you can just look to sort of take him for 6, 7 and over to the big boundary.
He's in now. Crane bowls to Simpson, look to clip down towards long on, nearly clips it straight to mid-wicket.
It's all about being clever now, especially from Simpson, who's an experienced player. You know that the wrist spinner is going to be the big threat from Hampshire, so you don't really need to target him to that boundary. And for the lads from this end, you can target, especially to that small boundary for Simpson.
Crane bowls, reverse sweep from Simpson, short third man's there, it's just a single. Simpson's on to 4, and just 2 off Crane's first over. Brilliant over for him, 46 for 4, Middlesex. Need another 97 for a win, 11 overs to go. Liam Dawson alongside myself, Kevin Hand.
I think that's something that Hampshire haven't done in this competition with the bat, is played smart cricket, and you know, you got 2 batsmen out there and use the partnership like you should. So that's something going forward we certainly need to work on, is knowing who to target and when to target certain bowlers.
Because the reason I ask is because there's part of me that thinks Anderson is so light on runs at the moment that if I was Simpson, I'd be saying to him, do you know what, take this deep, take this really deep right now. The DL has just flown to 97. No, sorry, that's to win. I was about to say, it was only 65 last over.
There's no clouds, it's all right.
66 is the DL. Which is very, very unmanageable, which is exactly the point I was going to make until my heart was in my mouth there when I saw 97. You know, when you're 20 runs off the DL like that, there's no panic, is there? As Stevenson's in, bowls to Simpson, on to the hip of him, it deflects through to the keeper along the floor, and there's no run. No,
not at all. I mean, at the minute they're going okay, but I think Simpson would know that the batting is light. But this end is certainly the end to target, especially for Simpson, hitting to that, 50-yard boundary to the left of us. So I think Ryan Stevenson will know that as well. But also Hampshire won't mind if he does take a risk that he can get a wicket and get into those all-rounders and bowlers.
A figure from Derek Payne, 8 for 74 off 12 overs. That was the spinners for Middlesex in the Hampshire innings, as Simpson eases this one to backward points off Stevenson. 8 for 74, not bad.
It's a great effort. I mean, that's why spin is so valuable here. Yeah, so I mean, it's good that Hampshire have still got, I think they've got 5 overs of spin left to bowl. I mean, I think Mason Crane will certainly bowl his 4. And it'll be interesting to see if Vince goes back to Felix Organ, because he's been brilliant so far with his 2 wickets.
Third ball of the 10th over, it's Stevenson, right arm over, he bowls, and Simpson hammers that one back into the ground, just past the bowler, but mid-off comes to collect. He was looking to give himself room for maybe a square drive or a cut, but only had to trap the bat down on it in the end. Yeah,
I think it was a pace-off ball from Stevenson. But this is the sort of ground where chasing becomes really, really hard for your middle order, because the rate's at 9 and over now, and it certainly gets harder, for the blokes coming in the Middlesex team.
This ball is maybe out on the full by Simpson. I'm not sure it pitched. He's just dragged it to mid-wicket all along the floor, looking to whip it into the onside, but had to be careful not to play all around it. It's a single, 46 for 4. Was it a full toss in the end?
I think, yeah, it was attempted Yorker,
Yeah.
but he's got away with it.
Well, as I say, Simpson could easily have played around it himself and Yorked himself, couldn't he?
Done, yeah, you're right.
He just had to make sure there was bat on it, get the run.
Yeah.
But yeah, from Anderson, because I've seen what he's capable of and haven't seen anything of it in the blast, that's why perhaps it's selfish. I'm just sitting here thinking, do you know what, Anderson? Just take your time. Give yourself time and take this innings deep. It's the last innings of the season, the last match of the season. There's not much batting to come. He can be a little bit selfish here as Stevenson's in. Bowls short. Oh, Anderson gets a loopy top edge on it, past the keeper, down to fine leg, and they've come back for the second. They are okay. Anderson moves to 4 from 6. Middlesex 48 for 4.
I do think, though, it's the type of ground where you have to get, you know, you have to be up with the rate or slightly ahead of it.
Don't get bogged down.
Yeah, because it's such a hard ground to come in and hit from ball 1 due to the size of it, and the pitch does get a little bit slower in the second inning. So I think at the minute Hampshire certainly on top with a run rate at sort of nearly 9.5 and over.
Mid-off and mid-on up. Anderson's strength is on the drive, but this ball is predictably short, of course, with mid-off and mid-on up, and a bouncer to Anderson, and into the ground it goes down to long leg for a single. Middlesex are 49 for 4 at the halfway stage, still needing another 93 to win. It's a massive ask for Middlesex here, but not an impossible one because it isn't a huge total. Thanks to Liam Dawson, great to have him with us this year, and we wish him best in his recovery as he limps off in the other direction. I need to shuffle along, get out of the way. Dawson and I were breaking social distance ruling, or we're coming close to it as we were together on the mic, having a natter, looking at the replay screen out in front of us as well. A few tight calls in there, but well, for Hampshire though, those ones that were rejected, the LBWs, they're still feeling pretty good because Middlesex are 49 for 4 and Crane is in, bowling to Anderson, whips him away out to deep mid-wicket for a single. Middlesex bring up their 50 in the 11th. It must be one of the slowest 50s Middlesex have scored in T20 cricket. Welcome back, Emily Windsor.
Yeah, no, it's good to be back and good to see Hampshire putting in a performance. I think Organ opening up the bowling and a youngster taking his opportunity. I think Hampshire will be very happy with their start, and Hampshire seem to be in control here.
Here comes Crane, bowls, and this ball's driven away by Simpson wide of long-off. They'll think about 2 and they'll come back comfortably for the second as Simpson moves to 7. Spin, spin, spin.
Yeah, definitely, and I think it's so
like
effective
a political
here.
conference out there, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's so effective on this ground, massive playing surface, and I think 90 needed, so they need 9s, and they're going at 5s at the moment. That's a big change in gear that Middlesex will have to go to win this game.
Simpson awaits, Crane bowls, and again driving wide of the long off, straight of the extra cover. They'll get 2, and 54 for 4 it is. I have neglected the tweets the last couple of games because they have been pretty frantic, so apologies, but a quick few hellos to Dean, Mark, Derek, 2 Dereks, Beefy, James, The Void, good few, Peter Mead as well on Twitter. Apologies I haven't got through the tweets, but good to have you all with us one more time this summer.
It's hard to go through the tweets, the speed of T20 cricket. I'd be very impressed if you could reel them off.
I know. Here's Crane bowls, and this ball's swept out to deep square for a single for Simpson. He moves to 10. I can reassure you all that I do read them all, so please do send them through, don't stop. Hello to Nick and James as well. And to Joe, no doubts JMO would have read out Joe's tweets. She'd usually be here with a camera, wouldn't she?
She sure would. She'd be to our right as we're over the other side of the ground.
Crane bowls, and this ball's eased to point by Anderson. There's no run. Joe says, always a sad day when the season comes to an end, but what a team to see us through it. Let's hope for a good finish for Hampshire and happily Emily Windsor and the Vipers have given us one more day to look forward to. As Crane comes in, bowls, oh, swing and a miss from Anderson. Now he's taken off the bails. Yeah, he stumped him. He had no doubt about it behind the stumps there at all, did he? Crane has a wicket off the last ball of his second over, and Anderson is stumped. Beautiful, beautiful delivery. Anderson stumped Allsop, bowled Crane for 6. And for Anderson, the season comes to an end with a bit of a whimper in the blasts, but again, he's shown plenty this summer that the coach will be very, very happy with him, but it's not to be in the blast this summer for him as Luke Holman makes his way out to join Simpson on 10. Middlesex are 55 for 5.
Yeah, Hampshire very much in control here, and really, really good to see this. And I think for the Hampshire fans to see the fight that Hampshire have put in, a very disappointing campaign, but for them to come out today with the energy in the field, I said to you earlier off air that this is the loudest I've heard Hampshire all competition. They seem to be trying to really put in a performance and show some grit here to finish the competition. Yes, too little too late in terms of qualifying, that kind of thing, but nice to end the season on a high if they pull through for a win here. So the next batter is Luke Coleman for Middlesex, and Felix Organ is going to come back into the attack for his final over.
I think for Middlesex, Helm's a good batsman. I think he'll be in next ahead of Wallaluita, and then Wallaluita, Finn and Murtagh. Much for muchness, but yeah, this is the partnership though for Middlesex that needs to take a serious chunk out of the 87 to win.
Organ's bowled 3 overs for 13, 2 wickets so far, so both exceptionally well up front in the power play. And he'll be bowling to the left-handed Simpson from this pavilion end here at the Ageas Bowl as Organ approaches and bowls, and that's played back to him well fielded off his own bowling. No run. Dot ball for Hampshire. 55 for 5, all the 5s. As Organ again approaches and bowls to, and that's a leg down the legs, wide down the leg side to Simpson, just happily to jump inside that.
Fancy footwork from Simpson there, wasn't it? It was rivaling my footwork earlier, wasn't it?
Dance moves yours were. As Organ bowls, and he swung away, hit hard up to long on. Chris Wood does the fielding. Pick up a single here, move to 11, 57 for 5. Organ, again, ball in hand. A little quirky run up does Organ have, as a little conversation with Vince. Skipper at extra cover. Wants a slip in play. So Ian Holland will come in there. Attacking option this from Hampshire. As Organ bowls, and that's played back to him by Holman. 2 left-handers at the crease. 57 for 5. Middlesex are chasing, and that's turned into the onside. James Vince does the fielding, they pick up a single. Holman off the mark, so require another 84 to win off 8.2 overs.
Yeah, it's not impossible, and certainly these two can do it. Holman has really shown a lot with the bat in the early days of his career.
Organ to Simpson, that's turned away into the onside, that's hit hard, that will split the fielders, and that will be 4 runs. Great shot by Simpson. He moves to 15, 62 for 5.
And Simpson doesn't really need any great introduction for shots like that. So strong on that bottom hand, isn't he? And yeah, when he hits it, it stays hit, doesn't it? That's a nice little clip by Simpson. Holman very capable of the big shots as well, though. A powerful hitter of the ball too.
1 ball remains in this Organ over and spell as he bowled, turned into the onside. They run hard, or think about 2, but that's well fielded by the left-handed Chris Wood. So just a single, and that finishes Organ's spell. 4 overs for 21, 2 wickets, and a good spell that has been for the youngster.
Yep, very, very good for him. And well, talked about those collective figures of spin for Middlesex. Just between this pairing, it's 3 for 29 off 6 between Organ and Crane. And Crane to continue at the hotel end. Middlesex, we're weighing up the balance. Liam Dawson and I have, attack and building a foundation at this stage. But he said this is a ground though that if you do let the rate get away from you, it's almost impossible to drag it back. So it's got to be a real mix, which I think Simpson will have the pace off for sure. As Crane is in bowls and Simpson drives a single down to long on. Holman not quite the same experience though. How will he go with it? Anderson was the batsman who was with Simpson at the time when Liam Dawson and I were discussing it. I was saying for Anderson, who was light on runs, just take your time out there. Take your time. It's the last game of the season. Be a little bit selfish. There's nothing riding it. Have some time in the middle, because he hasn't had much time in the middle in the blast at all this summer.
Yeah, the rate now up to 10s, which doesn't seem a lot in men's T20 cricket, but that playing surface here, as we've said throughout the game, is very big, and that requires a boundary and over really for Middlesex. And at the moment Hampshire are not giving them any opportunity to score those boundaries. Just discussion of change of field. Fine leg comes out and a slip's gone into play for Holman. The attacking option by Vince.
Crane's in, bowls, and Holman cuts in the air, but fine of the extra cover fielder, and deep cover will hold them to 1. 65 for 5. Extra cover for a moment. Was wondering could he get involved, but it was certainly fine of him.
So slip not in play for Simpson. He's on 17 off 20 deliveries.
Crane bowls, and Simpson slaps hard down the ground. Long off's just gone wide. Has he gone too wide? No, he's got there and managed to push it all along to long on coming around as well. So Simpson has 2. He moves to 19. Middlesex 67 for 5. I think the Middlesex balcony down below wasn't giving long off much chance.
No, that was a great bit of fielding there from Ryan Stevenson. I think he's always exceptional in that outfield and real character for Hampshire.
Crane bowls down the leg side, turns away to the gloves of the keeper, but a wide signalled. And 69 for 5. Middlesex nearly halfway there in the chase, but by the end of this they'll have used 13 of their 20 overs and 5 of their wickets. As Crane bowls and Simpson drives to extra cover, a dot ball to come of the over, and just 4 off it so far.
Yeah, good bowling here from Mason Crane as that run rate continues to climb for Middlesex.
Comes in now, bowls, and Simpson drives down to long on. A single, so Holman will have strike for the last delivery. Simpson's on to 20, 69 for 5 Middlesex. Holman 2 from 3. And Crane 1 for 14. About to finish his 3rd over. 2 for 21 from 4 Organ. Here's Crane. Reverse sweep from Holden, from Holman indeed, that goes for 6. Great shot, absolutely great shot from him. And his first boundary moves him to 8 from 4, 75 for 5. He can bat this lad.
Yeah, that's a hell of a shot. That is not only picking the gap, but to time the ball so well to get it over the rope down there. Not the longest boundary here, but still great connection and a much needed boundary that for Middlesex.
He's a huge unit, isn't he? Holman, he's only a youngster for his debut, North Middlesex lad. But he looks cool as a cucumber out there. I interviewed him after one of the games. He was nervous as hell doing the interview, but he really is out in the middle, whether it's with bat or with ball. He really is as cool as anything. Was guilty of dropping that catch the other day of Wright off Mercer's 2nd over in the power play down at Hove, which I think it was that costly, but there was another couple of overs there though where Wright and Salt were able to do Wright and Salt things in the power play. It was a pretty, as chances go in the deep, it was a pretty reasonable chance straight to him. Very, very windy day on the south coast that was though. Bit of a breeze today, keeping the temperature down, but much sunnier afternoon now. 75 for 5 it is here after 13 on BBC Radio Solent and BBC Radio London.
Shaheen Afridi back into the attack, bowls to Simpson. That's 4 and that's driven down the ground. James Vince picks up. If he hits it, that could be in trouble, but he doesn't. And Simpson comes through for a single after all of that drama. 21 he's on, 76 for 5.
Anna Forsyth says she is watching in bed. I actually missed the first hour as I thought it started at 6 AM, not 5 my time. She's listening in Vancouver. Oops, seems like Simo left with it all to do again, says Anna from Vancouver, British Columbia. Never been to Canada, that's on the list.
Yeah, my parents have been there, I think it was last year, and they had an amazing time.
Whereabouts?
Vancouver.
Oh, really?
And then they like drove somewhere.
Lovely.
In comes Afridi, and that's a full toss, low full toss though, so can only find James Vince again. Holman will move to 9, 77 for 5. Yeah, my parents loved Canada that's definitely one on the list to visit. Shaheen Afridi's into his third over, has just gone for 14 runs so far. Bowled of good pace, and he picked up a wicket, which we saw the Shaheen celebration that the Hampshire fans haven't seen much of in this competition. As he bowls, that's full, that's Yorker length, but well played by Simpson, turned into the onside. They pick up a single, 78 for 5. 3 men out on that leg side boundary. A long off and a cover, so Shaheen will continue to bowl full and attack the stumps. Holman on strike. Just the 9 runs so far. So Afridi comes in the tall left armour, bowls. That's a wide Yorker, and he's tried to work that down to third man. They're shy at the stumps by Fuller, and he misses, and they come through for a single as the men on the leg side were out on the rope.
Oh my, I've just seen the Sussex score. Mentioned in the game the other day, Surrey are about to thump Kent. Sussex are 91 for 5, needing 46 to win from 7 overs. Salt has 42 of the 91, he's gone. Then Wright 1, Rawlings 4, Bapara 4, Visa 1, McLeod 18 and Garton 14, the 2 not out. Quite a collapse.
In comes Afridi to Simpson, slower ball, turned to short fine leg, pick up a single. 80 up for Middlesex. Still very chaseable though, that, isn't it? But a hell of a collapse by
It's
Sussex.
mad though with Salt at the top, isn't it? Because they were 51. The third wicket fell on 51 in the 6th over, Bapara. 51 the third wicket. Wright scored 1, Rawlings scored 4, and Bapara scored 4. It was 51 for 3 when Bapara fell.
Well played, Phil Salt.
Yeah.
Afridi bowls, and that's bowled him. That's a Yorker, quick Yorker, and there you go. Afridi now has 3 wickets in this competition. We see the celebration twice, and we're very lucky here today at the Ageas Bowl. That's a big wicket of Holman, and he's dismissed for 10.
Can I play you every week, says Afridi. His third wicket, all 3 of them against Middlesex. And back goes Holman. Yeah, he nearly had Simpson first ball with a brilliant Yorker. Right up there onto the toes of Simpson. We couldn't quite see Liam Dawson and I on the replay because of the umpire's position, the angle of it. His head obscured everything that we needed to see, but certainly from up here it looked very, very tight. But he's picked up Holman. Simpson's still there on 23, so Middlesex will still have some hope, but not today for Holman. Just that 6 on the reverse sweep against Crane to talk about. Helm comes out. He can certainly do a job for Middlesex, but the job will mainly be in support of John Simpson.
Yeah, quick Yorker that was from Shaheen Afridi. Leg stump right at his toes. So very well bowled to him. And that's his 3 overs, 17 runs, 2 wickets. Good 3 overs from him. Crane will bowl his last here from the hotel end. 80 for 6 now, Middlesex, requiring a further 62 to win this game. 6 overs remain.
I said that it had to be the last pair really to do a lot of it. Helm definitely is capable, but beyond this you're really asking it to be a one-man show, I think. Here comes Mason Crane, hits onto the pads of Simpson. There's no run. Start of the 15th over. Crane 1 for 20 from 3. Simpson 23 from 27. Helm at the non-strikers end. It was the last ball of the last over. The wicket of Holman. 80 for 6 Middlesex. 62 more required. And Crane is in. Bowls. Simpson sweeps hard. Fine of the deep square fielder, and he's got 4 for it. I think it's northeast out there. Couldn't get around to it. It was in front of the short fine leg. And Simpson moves to 27. 84 for 6. 58 to win. You see, I keep looking at the DL, and the DL's never that far out of sight for Middlesex because it's not a massive total that they're chasing, but the 6 wickets. The length of the tail is the biggest problem for Middlesex. As Crane is in, bowls, and Simpson swings hard into the onside for a single wide of long on. There's a slide there out on the boundary rope from, is that Fuller?
Yeah.
It is. His hair looks too long for Fuller. What's he done? His cap came off and his hair
I don't think
was unleashed at that point. Has he not had he's not had a trim since lockdown?
No, I really don't think he has. And Dawes was saying last week he doesn't know what happens. He needs to get to the barbers.
This one's full and pushed back up the track by Simpson to Crane. So Simpson moves to 30. Middlesex are 87 for 6. And Helm on to strike. 30 from 30 for Simpson, but that'll do. If Simpson gets a 50 here, Middlesex have definitely got a chance. And he's got the time to get it as well. There's still 5 overs to go.
Yeah, he's the key man, isn't he, for Middlesex, and certainly that one Hampshire will be searching for. But with wickets tumbling at the other end, it does put an awful lot of pressure on that lone player. So Hampshire will just want to continue to pick up wickets here.
Slip crouches down for Helm, who chips a single down to long on off Crane. And he's off the mark first ball. One to come of the over, one to come of Mason Crane's day, 1 for 28. Does the left-handed Simpson think about something here against Crane? Whether it's straight down the ground. Long off and long on are well split, aren't they? As in he comes, bowls, and he waits on this one, Simpson, and pushes defensively back up the track, and there's no run. Is it you that's done? I thought it was going to be me. Ah. I was going to go and put my face up for a little while. Sorry, mate, says Kevin James behind. No, not at all. Emily Windsor, absolute pleasure. See you again soon, and good luck for the rest of the season. End of my season today, and Middlesex's season, but plenty of cricket still to come this summer. All the Blast quarterfinals for the men as well. Neither of these teams will be lining up for it, but they're both lining up for next year, J-Man. At the moment, it's Hampshire who are looking a little bit better.
That's for sure. Sorry, I thought we'd squeeze a bit more life out of you.
No, not at all.
Before the end of the season. And also, Emily's very tired after her innings yesterday.
I bet she's got a protein shake of some description over there, hasn't she?
Yeah. So we thought we could get a bit more out of you, to be honest.
No problem at all. Delighted to be here. Well, I was going to hand over and say maybe I'll be back for the last couple of overs or something and let Emily have the next few, but then thinking of this Middlesex tale, there might not be a last couple of overs.
Well, it's a good game, isn't it? 54 needed, 5 overs left. It's slightly in Hampshire's favour, I think, just. Stevenson bowls, giving himself a bit of room is Tom Helm, works that up to deep mid-on where it's fielded by Chris Wood. 53 needed. I know your money's on Middlesex, it always would be, and my money would always be on Hampshire, of course, as it always should be in our situation, but I think I'd slightly rather be Hampshire.
Oh, for sure. It's Simpson or bust for Middlesex, really.
Yeah, just about, isn't it?
53 is a lot of runs.
And the boundaries are big.
Yeah.
So it's not like, you know, 2 or 3 hits in one over will change things. It's just too big a playing.
This is an over that he'll look to try and go.
That's a low full toss, and he does go big, and that is huge. Over wide mid-on for 6. Went for the Yorker there, Ryan Stevenson, just overdid it.
Yeah, I think Simpson will look at this over. Right arm over the wicket to the left-handed batsman with a short leg side boundary. That if he's to take a chunk out and try and put a little bit of pressure back on Hampshire, this will be the over to do it.
Well, 2 balls gone, and 7 have been scored off them, and 47 are now needed by Middlesex. 95 for 6. Simpson moves on to 36 off 32. Stevenson runs away from us, right arm over. And bowls. It's a legged ball, and that's pulled away on the leg side. That could be 6 more, and it is. You're right, Kevin Hand. This could be the over.
Yeah, I just think he fancied, not that he fancied Stevenson, but fancied this scenario, the setup here. He's had a look at Stevenson now for a couple of overs, hasn't he? And like I say, that short boundary, right arm over to the left-hander, he'll have felt, right, what are my best scoring opportunities here? And he's such a strong bottom-hand player, as I keep reiterating. That's why I think he'll have fancied, look, this, if Middlesex are going to win it, this is an over where he needs to do a little bit of damage to Hampshire.
Well, interestingly, it's going to be a different line of attack because square leg has come up and deep backward point has gone out. So it's outside off stump and he misses. You try to work that on the onside, actually, Simpson. So a definite change of line there from Stevenson, worked on that delivery.
Yep. And Simpson, he's not hiding it, is he? He replays the shot again, looking for a huge hit. Backing himself, he's on 42 from 34. I said if Simpson got to 50, Middlesex will have a very good chance, but actually the way he's going in this over, he could get to 50 and Middlesex are still a long way off because he'll have been scoring all the runs.
41 needed, low full toss outside the off stump. There could be a wide. It is a wide. There'll be another delivery in this over. And this over's gone for 14 with that wide. 102 for 6 now, Middlesex. They need 40 with 26 balls remaining.
Helm's coming to have a chat with him, maybe to say, look, you know, you've done a lot of damage in this over, don't throw it away now. You know, you wanted a big over, you've got a good size over here, which brings Middlesex back into it for sure.
Stevenson again to the left-handed Simpson. It's full outside the off stump, it's going to be another wide. Stevenson just looks at the umpire a little bit forlornly, but for me that was slightly wider than the ball before.
We'll have a look on the replay now and see. I mean, pressure's on the bowler to get out of the over now, isn't it, with the 2 early sixes? And, you know, that's where Simpson's done really well, and he's decided early in the over, right, OK, let's go.
Don't forget you can watch the closing stages via the Hampshire Cricket website, live stream, also via the Hampshire Cricket app, which is free to download. We're also on the BBC Sports website as well, listening to us. That's full, and it's driven down the ground. Chris Wood will come in off a deep mid-off boundary. They seem to be quite happy to settle for a single there, and it's 104 for 6. Helm moves on to 43. Middlesex need 38. It's slightly changed in this over, isn't it?
Yeah. Like I say, if Simpson's there, Middlesex will have a chance because he can. He's such a powerful batsman. Helm's a good batsman as well, so he can definitely play the supporting role to see this home. It's not done. It's just that, you know, you're in last chance saloon is the thing for Middlesex.
Stevenson to Helm, length ball. Helm just works that and helps it up to mid on. Now Chris Wood is running in, and Simpson could have taken a single maybe, but he seemed to just get down the far end and didn't want to go any further. He was quite happy with that single. It's been a decent over for Middlesex so far. 105 for 6. In fact, that is the end of the over. So we have 24 balls left in this game, potentially, and Middlesex need 37. Stevenson's now bowled 3 overs, 1 for 25.
I did tell you it was going to end quickly, didn't I? I just didn't think it was going to be Middlesex blasting in the runs. No, it was good from John Simpson, that, as Wood will come back into the attack from the hotel end, replacing Crane, 1 for 28 from 4. Stevenson 1 for 25 from 3. So really made a mess of his figures because he was good the first couple of overs. What did he go for off that? It was 15 in the end, wasn't it?
I think around about
so,
there,
yeah, I think it was, maybe it was 9 off his first 2 overs. Maybe he went 16 off that over. But good stuff from him. Here's Wood, left arm over to Helm, who cuts for 2 through points. Deep cover coming around is Fuller, so they'll be wary of the arm. The throw comes back in and he's OK. Helm, very, very good arm, James Fuller. But obviously had to get around that ball and then get the throw back in. And Helm moves to 5. Middlesex 107 for 6, 35 to win. At least it's bubbling towards a good game to end the season for Hampshire and Middlesex. As Wood comes in and bowls, and this is driven down to long off for a single by Helm. 108 for 6. That's pretty much all Helm's got to do at the moment. Strike rate of around 100. It's just over at the moment, 120, 6 from 5, but that's okay. A strike rate of around 100. Just be there for Simpson.
Sometimes if Simpson wants to go leg side, it's as big a boundary, isn't it? So,
well,
there were good hits the over before, they need to be even better this one.
Well, that's why I thought he'd go last over, because this over now, it's going to be difficult for him.
Wood's coming round the wicket, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, mid-off's coming up, with Wood coming left arm around now. So long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square, long leg, and deep point are the 5 back. This is clipped straight to the deep square. Full delivery and a no ball call by the umpire. For overstepping, no ball called, so a free hit for Tom Helm. Simpson's probably wishing he hadn't taken the run now.
3 off that in total.
Yeah, so it's 31 to win. 111 for 6. Simpson on 44, Helm 6, and if Middlesex can hold their nerve, this is starting to swing quite quickly now, isn't it?
It is.
Wood to Helm, 3 hits. He swings hard into the offside. It'll just be a single straight to Fuller at deep cover, and Helm's 7 from 6. 112 for 6 Middlesex.
30 runs off 21 deliveries. It's certainly coming down a bit, isn't it?
If Simpson stays there, Middlesex win now, doesn't he? I think. And again, you know, Simpson could get 50 and Middlesex lose. I think Simpson has to be there at the end, doesn't he? On a length, this is worked out to deep mid-wicket, deep square, and cow corner. Fuller come around to converge, but it's a big, big boundary out there, protecting the 6 that Simpson is capable of, but it's a very, very big boundary. And I just wonder, is it worth the gamble that one of those, maybe Fuller comes in a few yards, because that is an easy 2 for Simpson, with Wood left arm around the wicket to the left-hander. He's on to 46. Here's Wood in a game, bowls, and this one's clipped to long on. This will just be a single, though. I think it's Mason Crane racing in there, isn't it, from the boundary rope at the far end, or a long whole way away. Up here at the top of the pavilion, it's a lovely view.
It's all right now.
It's not bad. Should make this more permanent, Chamber.
Unfortunately, this is a corporate box, which is quite popular.
It's not expensive enough for you then.
I have been in it once. Luckily, somebody else was paying.
Wood bowls. York length delivery goes through the legs of Helm, past the keeper for 4 runs. So it was an inside edge through his own legs. How did he even manage that? Must have been the inside toe end of the bat, mustn't it, that went through his legs. 119 for 6 as we see the replay, and boy, oh boy, it was, yeah. Leg stump wasn't far from being in play at all. I mean, if he'd have missed that, it might have even taken leg stump through his legs. 119 for 6. Helm's on to 11. Middlesex need 23 to win from 3 overs, and wow, it's swung massively.
It's very quickly getting down to a run of ball. Isn't quite yet, of course, because 18 deliveries have remained, but this is a big over from Afridi. His last over for Hampshire before he gets on the plane tomorrow. It needs to be a big one. He's going to be bowling to the left-hander John Simpson. 47 off 38. He's played well, the Middlesex keeper. And here's Afridi, runs away from us and bowls. It's full and it's worked up to mid-on. They'll only get a single there as Crane comes in off the boundary just to her left. So it's 120 for 6. 17 balls remain, 22 needed.
Simpson goes down to have a chat with Helm, and he'll be saying watch the Yorker here, won't he? Because I think there'll be a few fired in.
Yeah.
And he started with one. I'm sure Simpson was expecting that. Or not so much expecting it, but it would have been to the forefront of his mind, wouldn't it? This guy's got a good Yorker. Watch it. Take the single.
Yeah, watch your toes.
Yeah.
Freedy's coming round the wicket here. Fielder's out deep on the leg side in front of square. Big gap on the leg side, at least for a single. Here's Afridi, bowls, and Helm just works it on the offside, actually, towards extra cover. Vince is right back on the 30-yard circle, happy to allow a single.
Wonder, is there a little decision made as well here between Simpson and Helm, saying, well, actually, do you know what? If we're going to take a risk right now, maybe the man to take the risk is Helm. Because again, if Simpson's there in the 19th, 20th over, Middlesex are going to be very close. So if one of them was to take on Afridi, would it be Helm, actually? In terms of, look, there's other batting to come that can support Simpson, and Simpson can try and see it home. But if you were to say, all right, go on, blast from now and see what can be done in the 18th and the 19th, maybe Helm's the man to go for it.
Just imagine if it's there, they'll have a go. But at the moment, Afridi's getting it up there. He's bowled him! Simpson goes for 48, and Afridi celebrates once more. He loves Middlesex. You might be able to sign him up next year. All his wickets so far in this competition, all 4 have come against Middlesex. 3 here this afternoon. And Simpson goes for 48. That's not taking anything away from the Hampshire wicketkeeper. He's played well, and he's given his side a chance here.
Sign him up and not play him, just so he's not playing against Middlesex. Yeah, I mean, it was the ball we predicted, wasn't it? The Yorkers that he was going to go for. He was going to deliver the Yorkers and say, look, swing if you like, but if you miss, I hit. And that's what happened for John Simpson. He was looking to that onside, wasn't he? He was looking for a clip through mid-wickets, and he's played all around a full delivery. And 48 for him. I don't think he ever made it to 50 in the blast. He's been out a couple of times high in the 40s, but he hasn't made a 50 yet in the blast this season. And he won't make one now, indeed, the last game. But Captain Finn comes out to join Helm on 12, and there's no choice that Helm's the man to swing for those shots. And that's what I just felt, you know, if Helm was to fall swinging, then, you know, Simpson's still there. Pressure's still on Hampshire. Pressure swings massively back to Middlesex now.
21 needed off 15 deliveries. 3 more from Shaheen Afridi. Here's the first of them. Bowling to the Middlesex captain. Round the wicket, it's full, and it's a toe breaker, and he's bowled him. And there's another wicket for Afridi, and he's on a hat-trick. Well, I think he can almost taste the champagne getting back on that flight tomorrow. Certainly if he gets another one. He's enjoying himself in his final few hours here in England.
Extraordinary game of cricket, hey? Finn just taps Helm on the back and says, I'm sorry, as he walks off. All good luck, whichever one it was. I mean, look, I said it at the start of the over, they're all going to be Yorkers, aren't they, this over? Every single one of them. And anything that's, set yourself up for the Yorker, anything that's not is a bonus. Brilliant over from Afridi, absolutely brilliant. Walla Luita comes out to bat. He knows one end of the bat from the other, but you remember that shot, his first in first-class cricket, his first innings. He walked down the wicket first ball and missed it, didn't he?
Yes. They did, yes, in the 4-day game. Yeah.
Don't think he'll be doing the same here.
No.
The Sri Lankan against Pakistan's Shaheen Afridi. Left arm over to the left-hander and a hat-trick ball, JMO. I mean, what a finish we've had. But I turned up and first line on it. Oh, this is rubbish. There's nothing on the game. We've had a good game of cricket.
We have. There might still be a twist yet. 21 needed, but the balls are starting to run out now. 14 balls. Here's the hat-trick ball for Afridi. Comes in now and bowls. And Waluito's bowled, and there it is. And there it is. Oh, my word, he celebrates looking up to the heavens. And if Afridi was frustrated in the games up until now with not picking up enough wickets, he's certainly made up for it here. His teammates come in and celebrate, not too close, of course. But Afridi, 5 for 19, and there's his hat-trick.
What a performance. I mean, again, we go back to the start of the over. They targeted the Stevenson over very well. They almost had to do the opposite with this over and be respectful of it. We've seen the Yorkers all day from him. They were all going to go right up there into the block hole. Waluito got carried away again, didn't he? And he swung harder at something that just wasn't there. When really at this stage you needed to be blocking for Helm and just say, all right, fine, this over's done. Helmy, you've got to score 20 off 2 overs. Yeah, it feels... I mean, look, it's brilliant. There's nothing riding on the game, but I'm sure the coach will have a lot to say to Middlesex about this over at the end. At the end of the match.
Yep, 121 for 6 is suddenly 121 for 9. And Afridi is on for 4 in 4. He's still got another ball left of his final delivery in England. That plane leaves tomorrow. And he's got a chance of picking up 4 in 4. He's got 5 for 19. And he's going to be bowling to Tim Murtagh, the number 11 for Middlesex. I think it's fair to say Tom Helm would have said to him, it'll be full, mate.
Yes.
It'll be full and straight, just get in the way. Here's Afridi then for 4 in 4. Comes in and bowls. Murtagh's bowled, and there it is. It's 4 in 4. Middle stump knocked out of the ground. Afridi celebrates once more, looking up into the heavens. There can't be anybody left up there to look at. Middlesex, 121 for 6, 121 all out. And Hampshire have won this game by 20 runs. And Shaheen Afridi, he will remember his last moments here at the Ageas Bowl.
What have we just seen? I mean, again, beginning of the over, I said the majority of them would be. All 6 deliveries were Yorkers, weren't they? All 6. I think one of the Wheaters might have been fractionally short of a Yorker. It was right up there, though. And Middlesex haven't matched any of those 4 final Yorkers to finish the over. And I know it's an easy game up here, but this was the over that really could have ripped the heart out of Middlesex. And more than ripped the heart out of Middlesex, it's finished the game. Extraordinary. Take nothing away from the bowler. Brilliant from him. Absolutely brilliant. But I'm sure there will be a few words said about that at the end. That, look, you know, this was a game for next season. They brought in particularly young batting lineup at the top. Went with a lot of bowlers, but boy.
Afridi's got the ball and he leads the Hampshire team off. They're all clapping. 6 for 19. Afridi. And there you can hear the applause. Not many on the ground, but everybody, to a person, to a man, to a lady, are all clapping.
Yeah, Tom Helm stands there at the non-strikers end, 12 from 8, drags himself off. They all said sorry to him as they walked past, didn't they? Apart from Simpson, the first one, of course. But yeah, brilliant, absolutely brilliant for him. 7 wickets in the competition this year, all of them against Middlesex. How do they avoid Afridi next year, as you say, sign them up themselves? But that's a horrible way, I think, for Middlesex to finish as well. I mean, it won't rough them up too much, probably. But it's a long old winter, isn't it? A longer winter than usual. This year, given that we had such a short summer, I mean, you know, and we don't know whether we'll be back next April or whether it'll be May or June or what sort of summer ahead. But for Middlesex, I think they'll be disappointed because the T20 as a whole felt a lot better this year, but the 2 defeats at the end, particularly this one, will feel pretty rough. And when you look back at the table, it doesn't look like Middlesex were that competitive, but overall there was an improvement, and I think all the way through, I like with a lot of teams actually in the Bob Willis Trophy, I think with Middlesex certainly there was one eye on next year all the way through, and it was an ever-changing 11, and I think the coach knows what he needs and what he needs to do for next season as well.
Yeah. Well, you just say Middlesex had a long tail, and you were, as usual, Kev, you were right.
And I did try and tell them, I should have shouted down, shouldn't I? Every ball this over is going to be a Yorker. Every single ball.
It's great. I think they knew that, but I think it was just too good. It was too straight.
I mean, it was. That's the thing. Take
quick.
Nothing away from him, but
Yeah.
I mean, there were I think even Murtagh swung though, didn't he? Waluito swung, Murtagh swung. Finn was just done by it, wasn't he? Simpson was looking to clip into the onside. But there we go. This is a replay of the hat-trick on the stream for us. That wasn't even a Yorker, the last one, was it? Whew.
Just a bit of reverse swing there.
That was actually a belter of a ball to Walladoita.
It was, yeah. Kevin, thank you very much. Kevin Hand.
See you next summer.
We're all being well, of course.
Indeed, let's hope so.
Yeah.
Thanks for everything, JMO. Thanks to all the listeners, and win so well.
Thank you, Kev. Many thanks. We'll just stay with us on the stream and, of course, on the BBC Sport website, because I'll be talking to Emily Windsor just for a few minutes, about things Hampshire and, what an end to the season. It hasn't been great in this competition, as those of you that have been listening to our commentaries and following the scores, of course, will testify to. But Emily, I have to say, that not from a Middlesex point of view, of course, because they'll look at it totally different, but from a Hampshire point of view, I have to say, we quite enjoyed the closing stages of this season, haven't we?
Yes, definitely, and I think although Dawson said at the end that it wouldn't matter too much what happened in this game, but I think it's a really good way for Hampshire to end, for their fans, for them to actually probably go downstairs and sing that team song again. Will mean actually a lot to the boys, I think.
Yeah, I think it will, actually. I hope you can hear me all right, actually. I don't know why I can't hear myself. Yes, I can. I think and it's interesting. We've said it, and I think Liam emphasised it at the start, that it doesn't really matter what happens today. Win, whatever, it won't really sort of paper over the cracks of this tournament, and you go into the winter, nobody will remember it. But actually, we will remember it. We actually will remember this game simply because of a freebie at the end there.
Yeah, that was absolutely exceptional from him. I mean, we haven't seen much of that previously, and he was probably frustrated in himself, but for him to come there and deliver what he just did was absolutely exceptional, and that shows you why he's in international class, and if not a world-class bowler, really. I think to deliver 4 fast, quick Yorkers like that, ball on ball, and to pick up 4 wickets, I think credit to him. Yes, they were lower order wickets, but I don't think I could see top order players getting in the way of some of them. I think that was exceptional spell of bowling, and credit to him, and to see that Shaheen celebration 4 times, and hopefully people could actually see it on the live stream. He didn't run too far off celebrating. It was pretty special.
I know these days you do downloads, but in the old days you would have got a video of that, and the club would have sold that for about £10 a time in the club shop. Just of that spell. Wonderful stuff. And I don't know the guy. I haven't actually spoken to him. He seems a fairly quiet guy from what I see from a distance, but he certainly enjoyed that, didn't he?
Yeah, he definitely did, and I'm hoping you'll be able to change that and maybe speak to him after that spell today. I think credit to him. That was absolutely exceptional, and at moments like that, it's where you miss a crowd, isn't it? That, like, he deserved a full standing ovation from an Ageas Bowl crowd after that performance, and that spell of bowling. But yeah, absolutely fantastic, and that's a world-class bowler for you.
Yeah. I have to say that is a great point, because in a season of seasons that we've had, and that was worthy of a 7, 8, 9, 10,000 crowd here, all enjoying every single moment of that, and the build. You could have just imagined the build-up to each of those wickets. 4 in 4, absolutely amazing. I can't believe I'm saying that, but you could just imagine, and we have to imagine what it would have been like with him running in and a crowd just enjoying the fact that, and he did look as though he was going to take a wicket with every ball. It wasn't one of those that's come out of the blue unexpected, almost a bit like James Fuller's at Arundel in the 4-day game. It was a bit unexpected, that hat-trick, but you could almost sense with the lower order coming in at Middlesex that they were under massive pressure, because he was absolutely arrowing in at the bottom of those stumps.
Yeah, I think when he was running in for that 4th ball, I was just sat watching, never in doubt that it was going to be a wicket. I think, yeah, it's credit to him. It was absolutely exceptional, and I think Hampshire today have done well. I think their bowling display as a whole and as a bowling unit, I think they've got a lot to take away from the game today. Felix Organ up front, youngster coming in, he got 2 wickets, I think, at the end, and didn't go for many runs. Really put Middlesex under the pump from the start. And I think then you've obviously got Crane, Chris Wood, other seamers stepping up, and they really did deliver as a unit today. And I think the Hampshire dressing room will finish, yes, a poor performance across the board in this competition, but to finish on a high, I really do think it will lift spirits in that dressing room.
It certainly will. I think BBC Radio Silent Listener is going to join me in a moment, actually, so I'll just wait a moment. But we'll just talk, and I'll tell you that they're coming to me in a moment. I can imagine now that the Hampshire team will be in the dressing room. They'll take a bit of time. I don't think they'll be rushing out, because it is actually for them the last day of the season, as is for Middlesex. So that's a bit of a poignant time as well. But when you think back, Emily, 7 weeks we've had of the season, basically, haven't we? Which is amazing. And the amount of cricket that has been crammed in during that time is just amazing.
Yeah, it's crazy, really, and I think there was points throughout that summer that we didn't think we'd get any cricket at all. So credit to the ECB, credit to all these counties that have managed to put on such a successful tournament. Yes, no crowds have been there, but yeah, credit to the ECB and getting the game on for all these county teams. Yes, it's not been successful for Hampshire, but really good to see some cricket and these live streams where actually spectators can watch in some capacity, obviously not the same as the ground. I think a 7-week competition with 2 formats has been exceptional.
Thank you very much, Emily. Emily Windsor, if you're listening to us on the live stream, then we're going to say goodbye to you. Thank you for all your help over the summer, commentating on the men's team, and good luck for the final next Sunday. Liam Dawson, I guess he's celebrating with Shaheen Afridi, so he hasn't been able to make it back. And from myself, Kevin James, hope you've enjoyed the commentaries, both on the BBC and via the live stream. And sorry, I'm just doing a bit of typing here because my radio listeners want to listen. So thank you very much, and hope you enjoyed it. And I'll wish you all a happy winter, and hopefully we're all back to normal next summer.
And Hampshire have won this game by 20 runs, and Shaheen Afridi, he will remember his last moments here at the Ageas Bowl.
Okay. That's all right. Cool.
Starring with the ball there. I think I'm right in saying we can cross live to the Ageas Bowl now. Kevin James was commentating on that for BBC Radio. Kev, you've not had much to shout about for Hampshire in the competition this year, but what a way to finish.
You know what? You couldn't have summed it up better, because if I'm honest, this was a dead rubber. Even Kevin Hand from Middlesex wasn't looking forward to the game. I'm not sure I was, really, especially the way Hampshire have played in it. They've not been great at all. And this was actually not a bad game, actually. 141 for 9 Hampshire. It was a half-decent total. It was okay. It was certainly gettable, that's for sure. And Middlesex looked as though they were going along all right. And John Simpson was playing quite nice, the wicketkeeper. He got 48. There were 121 for 6. And he had a couple of lusty blows, and then in comes Afridi, and all of a sudden the game changed. All bowled, I'll have to say as well. Simpson went, and then Finn went, and then Walla went, and Tim Murtagh went as well. 4 in 4. Can't believe I'm saying that. I never say 4 in 4, and you know what I mean by that. But I'm saying it here again. And Afridi just arrowed into the bottom of the stumps. And they could do nothing about it. And yeah, in a campaign which has been pretty awful, they haven't finished bottom of the T20 since 2007. So it's very unusual for Hampshire to be playing so poorly. But these last sort of 10 minutes of this game, well, I just wish there was a crowd here to have seen it. You can just imagine, can't you, with Afridi running in, looking like he's going to take a wicket every ball. What a crowd, you know, what the reaction would have been for the crowd. There was nobody here. It was a shame. But he's had a lean summer in this T20 competition. He's only taken 7 wickets, Jordan, in this competition, and funny enough, all 7 have been against Middlesex, 1 at Lords and 6 here. But that 4 in 4, you don't see too many of them around. We saw it.
You don't. Jordan, whose was better? For those listeners, talking about Kevin James, 1996, 4 in 4 balls. 2020, 4 in 4 balls.
Well, look, listen, we all know who's the better bowler, so let's start with that, and it ain't me. But let me tell you the wickets he got in that 4 in 4. John Simpson, Stephen Finn, Walla and Tim Murtagh. So we're talking about, apart from Simpson, we're talking about 9, 10, 11. Let me think what mine were. Listen, I'm belittling it. This was magic, and I know he's been frustrated because he's a really good bowler, Afridi. And Hampshire have been frustrated with the way they played, but just for those last 10 minutes of the season, it suddenly was all great again. And I think, you know, it'll take everybody into the winter just feeling a little bit more chipper than they were before the start of the game.
Come on, you've got to tell everyone the call.
I can't remember. Oh gosh, who was it? Who was it? Go on, you tell me. I know one or two of them. I can't remember. Who was it? Do you know what? I've gone blank. Sachin Tendulkar, that's one of them. Roll Dravid, yeah. But hey, listen, I don't talk about it very much. Sanjay Manrekar, but I don't talk about it very much.
Kev, in terms of moments you've commentated on though, Hampshire, and I know there've been plenty of those as well. You put that up there?
Oh gosh, yeah, definitely. It's one of those moments where you want to be on. You know what I mean? I mean, luckily there was 3 or 4 of us today, and I just happened to sort of get lucky and be on at the end when that happened. When Kyle Abbott was running through Somerset here last year in the 4-day game, it was just at a time when I wasn't on, and it's one of those where you look out and you see a bowler on fire, and you really wish, you know, you could be part of that. I say part of that, you know what I mean by that, Jordan, but you know, at least you could commentate it and convey that to the listeners and the viewers and that sort of thing. And I didn't, but today I was. Yes, there was no crowd, but when you zone in on that, you know, it's almost like you forget there's no crowd. You know what I mean? It's just the moment. It's happening out there in the middle. And do you know what? I haven't spoken to Shaheen Afridi yet. It seems to have passed me by. There hasn't been any reason to, really. But I tell you what, there's a reason tonight, and I'm looking forward to it, because he's on the plane tomorrow, and I would have thought there's a couple of bottles of champagne that he's ordered for his seat on the back of that performance. Or if he hasn't ordered them, I'm pretty sure Hampshire have ordered them, ready for that flight home tomorrow.
Absolutely, I think he deserves them. Kev, just before we let you go and speak to Shaheen, I've got to just mention very briefly, you know, another great performance yesterday from the Vipers as well, and we're very much looking forward to their final now next Sunday.
Yeah, I can't wait. I mean, it's been an interesting last couple of weeks. I mean, we've got to remember, we've packed an awful lot of cricket in 7 weeks. It's over for the men, but it's not over for the Vipers. Yes, you're right. They've got a final next week against the Northern Diamonds, and you know what was I've really enjoyed watching them, because I've watched. Not a good Hampshire side in this T20 competition. As I say, they've finished bottom, but the Vipers have been totally the opposite. Won all 6 of their group games. They've been on fire, and it's been great actually today, because Emily Windsor's been part of their commentary team today, and as you know, Jordan, she helped the Vipers win that game yesterday. 47 not out at the end, saw it through. Sticky situation. Her and Carla Rudd batted well for 70 odd put on, and got the Vipers into a winning position. And yeah, it's been good. And listening to sort of Emily's you know, sort of recollections of yesterday this afternoon as well. So it's been a good afternoon all around. It's been a nice way to finish the season from a men's point of view in what's been a very difficult 2 or 3 weeks in this competition, because let's be honest, it hasn't been that fun at times, and Hampshire have really struggled. Listen, let's not forget, you know, that one performance from Afridi, it sort of papers over 1 or 2 cracks, but there are many others, and Hampshire will address that during the winter, and I'm sure somehow, I don't know, and it depends obviously what the world looks like in 6 months' time, but they really do need to take stock of their campaign, because it has not been good at all.
Kev, great stuff. We'll let you get away to speak to Shaheen Afridi. Thanks very much.
Top man, thank you, Kev. What we'll do, mate, is I'll put the poll, I'll mix the wickets down, and we can have that as a clip in the morning, yeah?
Yeah, that's brilliant. Yeah, as long as it works, yeah, for sure. All right, mate, he wants you. Thank you, fella. Thanks for your help. Cheers, fella.